Hi, Randy.
Hey everybody, I'm screen sharing here, so I'm trying to get my gallery view up also so I can actually see people. But welcome everyone. We'll be starting in another 10 minutes or so. Morning, Dave. How are things
Morning.
at CVO?
Yeah, going well.
Good.
I have a visitor who's going to listen in to the
Okay,
meeting.
great.
Uh, Alex Daniels from Boise State's here, learning how to use DClaw. So
Oh, great.
we brought another person into the fold.
Glad to hear it. Fabian, how are you this morning?
Good.
Good,
And
good.
yourself?
Doing well.
Nice.
We're pulling this together slowly, but
Yeah,
thanks everyone for sending in information, and I think it'll be should be an interesting workshop.
looking forward to it.
Dave, a lot of people said they were interested in declaw, so I'm
Okay.
guessing that one of the breakout, how after each group of talks, there's like time for the speaker or, other things to be discussed. So I'm thinking one of them is going to be declaw and, group of people for you to.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, we could do. I think I'll introduce DClaw tomorrow. I think
Right.
before a breakout session. So
Yeah, definitely. In the breakout sessions after that group of talks, I think there are some couple other related talks in that group as well. So it would be a
cool.
good time. But also, well, I'll send more once everybody or more people are here. But we plan to have kind of flexible breakout rooms during some of those sessions. So if anybody wants us to start an additional room on some topic anytime, we should be able to do that, and people can move around between rooms as they want.
Sounds good.
Randy, there's 4 more people in the waiting room if you want to let them in.
Oh, yeah, okay. Not keeping an eye on that very well here. Let's do that.
Are you back at the Flatiron, Marcia?
Yes. We
Don't have
should
the background of your cabin anymore.
Oh, no, that was during COVID, but yeah, that was good. Hope to be back up there in the summer. Then you get the pine trees, white wall.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone who's just arrived. We'll be starting in a few minutes, but if anyone wants to say hello or introduce yourself, well, feel free to.
That's fine.
Hi,
I
Angel.
could start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hi, Randy. Hi, David. I think last time I saw you, David, was in Valparaiso in 2012, I think. So yeah.
That's right. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angel. I am a professor at the University of Iceland. I'm an oceanographer, and been using GeoClaw for about 15 years, I think, probably from that workshop. So yeah, very happy to be here with all of you users of GeoClaw.
Yeah, and it's been fun hearing about some of your recent work. I think we'll hear some more about that later this morning.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Jiwan, good to see you. It's been a while.
Hi, hello. My name is Jiwan, and nice to see you, everyone. Randy, Dave, and Masha. I'm a researcher at Institute IPMA, Portugal Institute of the Sea and Atmosphere, or something like that. So I'm working on meteor tsunamis, and also I'm a kind of an author of Winkler and etc. So nice to see you, and I will have many questions.
Jiwan is the one who started doing dispersive modeling with GeoClaw as a PhD student some time ago. That has led into some of the work that Marsha will be talking about today too.
Randy, I'm keeping an eye on the waiting room. So
Okay.
you just do the slides and everything, and I'll just let people in who've been coming through.
Sounds good. Hello. Good to see you, Lubna. We'll wait a couple more minutes and then we can get going.
Oh, and Kyle just arrived.
Good to see everybody.
Hi, Kyle. Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, it's good to see a lot of old friends and a lot of new faces as well, or new names at least in some cases. But thanks for coming. We'll be starting in a couple minutes. There's still a few people joining, so we're just trying to get everyone into the.
Okay, well, I now have 11:30.
Okay. Still a few people arriving, but I'm sure we can keep admitting people as we go along. So
Yes, my eyes on it. It's okay.
yeah. So welcome everyone. My name's Randy Levesque. I'm, let's see, joined by Marsha Berger and Kyle Manley are the other sort of main organizers of this. Marsha, you want to just say hello?
Yes,
People
hello.
didn't see you. And Kyle.
No, he's
I
muted.
have to unmute myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Kyle.
You'll be hearing more from both of them later as we go on. But also there's a lot of other people I should mention who've been involved in GeoClaw over the years and developing it and or using it. So for those who aren't familiar with GeoClaw and the Claw package that it's based on, I have just a one slide brief history of some of the things that have gone into developing GeoClaw. It's the name comes from the fact that it's an outgrowth of the ClawPack software package, which stands for Conservation Laws Package, which I started as sort of a sabbatical project in 1994, which I thought would take a couple of months. And well, what is it, 30 years later? Still working on various aspects of it. But the general package was for solving nonlinear systems of hyperbolic PDEs, wave propagation problems of all sorts. At first, I wasn't doing anything related to tsunamis or geophysical flows, but that kind of developed over time. Also, Marcia joined the project very early on. She and I have been good friends since grad school back in the 70s. She's worked on adaptive mesh refinement all her career, as well as many other things. We'd worked on other things together, Cartesian cut cell methods and things like that. But shortly after I started the ClawPack package, she came on board to add adaptive mesh refinement to it. So that's kind of been a big part of it since the beginning. And then the GeoClaw really got started with Dave George's work. Dave is here today and will be giving a talk tomorrow. He works at the USGS Cascades Volcano Observatory down near Portland now. But at the time, in about 2004, he was a PhD student who decided to try doing some tsunami modeling in ClawPack. And then the big Indian Ocean tsunami happened in 2004 in December. And suddenly there was a lot of interest in tsunamis. And I discovered at the University of Washington in particular, there were lots of people who specialized on earthquakes and tsunamis. And so my career was definitely sort of reoriented since that time to do more and more things related to tsunamis. And originally Dave called it Tsunami Claw, but then Kyle Manley came along a little bit later and started working on storm surge, and we realized there were all sorts of other overland flood type problems for which this could also be useful, and so it evolved into GeoClaw, keeping the sort of original flavor of two-dimensional shallow water equations, depth average flows, so mostly for flows that have very large spatial extent compared to the water depth, and for which adaptive mesh refinement is particularly important. Dave's since been working a lot on the DClaw package for debris flows and landslides, and he'll be talking some about that tomorrow. There's also many other contributors. I mentioned earlier Jiwon Kim, who's on the call, who was the one who first started implementing dispersive models into GeoClaw as a PhD student, and that has evolved. Marcia and I have been working on that quite a bit since, and getting it also working with the adaptive mesh refinement. She'll tell you a bit about that this morning. David Ketchison hasn't worked so much on the GeoClaw particularly, but he's been a kind of a major contributor to ClawPack in general. He and Kyle got us going with Python many years ago, and there's a PyClaw package that David's worked quite a bit on for having a sort of purely Python interface to ClawPack. And there's many other people who have contributed. So if you take a look at the webpage, you can find a longer list of contributors. And we're always looking for new developers. So we've had a number of developer workshops over the years where some group of maybe a dozen people at most have come together to work on ClawPack or GeoClaw projects. But we would really like to bring more people into getting involved as developers. So anyone who's here who would like to do that, by all means, reach out to us. And we openly develop everything on GitHub in repositories with issue trackers and pull requests and that sort of thing. So you're welcome to start contributing there, or reach out to us if you'd like to talk to us about it. And let's see, a couple of things in terms of logistics before we get started with the first talk. Do feel free to come and go on Zoom. The same Zoom link hopefully will work today and tomorrow. Some of the talks at least will be recorded and posted. That's kind of up to the speakers. If you're a speaker and you didn't get the link for the little survey form to fill out, let me know and I'll send you that. But either they'll be posted for a couple of weeks on the website, or in some cases they may be posted more long-term on our ClawPack GitHub, our YouTube channel rather. I think there's a link to that from the workshop webpage as well. So it may take a few days to get those put together and posted, but hopefully by next week sometime they'll be available. Also, please read the ClawPack Community NumFocus Code of Conduct, which is now also on the workshop webpage, and it's in all of our ClawPack repositories. If you're not familiar with NumFocus, it's a sort of group that focuses on supporting open source software, and ClawPack is a NumFocus sponsored group, so we're very happy to have their support. In terms of the talks, it's probably best to save questions for the end since the talks are so short, or put them in the chat and we'll try to get to them. We'll have a few minutes after each talk to ask questions, but if there's something pressing, feel free to raise your hand as we go along too. And then after each set of 2 or 3 talks, we're going to have breakout rooms. And this is a little bit experimental. We're not exactly sure what we'll do with the breakout rooms, but what we are tentatively planning is to have typically a breakout room for each of the speakers, or maybe for a common theme if there's 2 or more speakers who talked on the same topic. And then we'll also keep the main room open for anyone who just wants to chat with one of us developers. We'll try to stay in the main room to answer questions or help guide some more general discussion, or if you have suggestions for other things you would really like to see in GeoClaw, that would be a time you could talk to us about that. And we can create new breakout rooms. So if someone, if you direct message someone and you really want to talk to them about their project in more detail and you want a breakout room to do it in, just let one of us know and we can create a new breakout room for that. Or if you want to suggest some other topic that you hope some other people will come and join and talk to you about, we can set up breakout rooms for that as well. And you should be able to move freely back and forth between rooms, or the breakout times are also a time to take a break or get something to eat if you need to or whatever. So yeah, without further ado, let me ask if there are any questions about all of that before we get started. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so let's get started. Oh, I think, let me see. I need to start a recording. I will try to record all of the talks and then I will split them up into individual speakers and post the ones for which I have permission. I also want to give people permission to share screen, if I can find that button. Zoom has rearranged all the buttons here. I can't find the things I used to find. Marcia or Kyle, if you can figure out how to allow people to share.
It's under host.
All participants, I'm clicking. Found it.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I'm going to make sure I have my settings right for sharing, and I will, or for recording rather.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I think that is going. And yeah, so the first talk, sorry, I have another computer set up here, so looking at that at the moment, but the first talk I think it's Aranzales, who's at the, what is it, the, I wrote it down here somewhere, the National Unit for Disaster Risk Management in Colombia. And they're going to talk about some of the work they've been doing on tsunami hazard assessment. So I will turn it over to one of you to get started.
Thank you, Randy. Good morning, everybody. I am Eric. I'm a postdoc at Oregon State, as Randy was saying, and today Maria Paula and me are gonna share some of the work that we are doing with the Colombia early warning system. So we just share the slides with you.
Looks
okay.
Good.
Thank you. This work, it's a coupling between GeoClaw and Sphinx for far-field tsunami inundation forecasting for Colombia. And this was work that started last year with the Kamchatka earthquake and tsunami. Given the problems that we have with time computation for far-field tsunamis. And So this is a collaboration between some colleagues, Ronald, Juan, from the General Maritime Directorate in Colombia, and then Maria Paula and me here. So as you may know, Colombia is located here in the north part of South America. We have local sources for tsunamis, but also we have several and more probable far-field tsunami hazards. So we don't have that information about the risk related to those far-field hazards, but also we didn't know. But then, as I said, what was the impact that an eventual tsunami coming from Kamchatka we're going to have. It was going to have. So, for some context, we have local seismic and tsunami hazard. We have one of the top 10 earthquakes in the human records. It was the 1906 earthquake and tsunami, which magnitude is calculated about 8.8. And I see that we have some colleagues from Ecuador here, so they can relate to this event. And it was in the border between Ecuador and Colombia. And just for context, it was registered in several newspapers in the US, such as, for example, here for the Oregonians, in the Morning Astorian, and they talk about the terrible earthquake and the consequent tidal wave, as it was called by that time, that hit Colombian coast. So, and also we had another tsunami in the 1979, magnitude calculated. There is a lot of several publications talking about magnitudes between 7.9 and 8.1. And these are some of the pictures that show the destruction and inundation related to that local event in the 79. Tumaco is one of the most vulnerable populations. So it is close to the border with Ecuador over here in this red square. And when you zoom into this island, you can see the high exposure that these people have. More than 100,000 people living in this small island with no place to evacuate. So, of course, we are worried, and the national authorities are worried. And when you see the numbers, we have a high exposure. We are talking about that specific place where they have more in total with the surrounding local small places. We have more than 200,000 people exposed. So you can understand what is the idea here. So in terms of what we have is that we have some sources. We have worst case scenario that we use for deterministic hazard assessment. That is the one that you can see where my mouse is. And that is basically the combination of the two previous events that I showed before, the 1906 and the 1979, based on what we have for data and information. So based on these events, we have the National Tsunami Warning Center in Colombia that works as most of the warning centers in the world do. So we have the seismic data coming from the National Institute, the Geological Survey of Colombia. Then the seismic data goes into the tsunami hazard assessment framework for the national authority, for the National Maritime Authority, which calculates and computes the possible tsunami that can generate a warning. So what they do is basically to compare this type of earthquake coming from the Geological Survey to one of the database pre-computed simulations. And you can see some of the epicenters of these, some of the locations of the pre-computed earthquakes and tsunamis. And then based on that, warning is generated. And then what we want to do is to do the same for far-field tsunamis, to have a better understanding of the Pacific Basin, and then have a database of regional and far-field scenarios. So now I'm going to hand this over Maria, so she can continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, I'll present the coupling framework we developed between GeoCloud and Sphinx for far-field tsunamis modeling along the Colombian Pacific coast, and the main results obtained about that. First, in terms of methodology, the approach is based on leveraging the strengths of each model at different spatial scales. GeoCloud was used to simulate tsunami propagation from the seismic source all the way to the Colombian Pacific coast. In this context, the use of adaptive measure refinement of GeoCloud is key as it dynamically refines the computational grid in regions where the solution becomes more complex, while maintaining a cursor resolutions everywhere. This allows us to accurately capture the evolution of the tsunami wave trained at the ocean scale while maintaining a reasonable computational cost. Sphinx, on the other hand, was used for high-resolution coastal modeling and indentation across the 11 selecting communities. Due to the simplified physical formulation of the model Sphinx, it is possible to run simulation at very high resolution with very low computational times, while still achieving a good representation of water levels and inundation depths, which is the focus of this project. The coupling between both models is implemented in one-way approach. At the intermediate coastal domain that connects GeoCloud and Sphinx, 10 observation points were defined. At these locations, GeoCloud records the temporal evolution of sea surface elevation as well as the momentum components throughout the entire simulation. For Sphinx, we only use the sea surface elevation. These resulting sea level times series are then imposed as boundary conditions in Sphinx, acting as the forcing that drives tsunami propagation within the coastal domain. In this way, the signal generated and propagated by GeoCloud is directly transferred into the local model, which is a GeoCloud, a Sphinx, sorry. Next, please. Moving on the model configuration, several scientific analyses were carried out for both models to determine which is the best configuration. For GeoCloud, the spatial resolution was identified as the most critical parameter. Cursor resolutions fail to properly reproduce both the phase and amplitude of the tsunami signal. As we will see later in the results, while finer resolution significantly improve model performance, although it is balanced with the expense of higher computational cost. Additional demanding coefficient and the refinement data wave tolerance were found to have a strong influence in the results. Based on this sensitive analysis, the final configuration included 3 flag regions and 4 refinement levels, reasonable resolution from approximately 7 kilometers in the open ocean down to about 100 meters to the Colombian coastline. For Sphinx, the subgrid approach was used with a base grid resolution of 30 meters and a refinement level of 6, achieving effective resolutions of around 5 meters in areas with complex morphology, which with that we can obtain a higher resolution in some areas that are really complex in these zones of the Pacific coast. In terms of computational efficiency, GeoCloud simulations required approximately 1.5 hours, while Sphinx simulations took about 1 minute per community, resulting in a total of roughly 10 to 12 minutes for 11 study areas we selected to evaluate all the tsunami hazard for far-field tsunamis. For validation, observations were used at 2 different scales. In deep water, GeoCloud results were compared, while at the local scale, the Doppler resolution results were validated using the Tumaco tide wave, which is located over here in the map. Next, please. Well, the case study used for validated the coupling of these 2 models was the 2025 Kamchatka earthquake with magnitude approximately by 8.8. This represents an ideal far-field event with available measurements both in the open ocean and at the coast. 2 different seismic sources were analyzed. the USG Fall model version 3, and next the NOAA SIFT base source. Next presentation, please. Both sources reproduce the overall tsunami propagation, but they differ in the spatial distribution of the initial seafloor deformation, which leads to difference in the simulated signal, as we're going to see later. Well, for the open ocean validation of the geocloud model, the importance of the spatial resolutions becomes very clear in this time series. With a coarse resolution of approximately 22 kilometers, the model fails to reproduce both the phase and magnitude of the tsunami, resulting in temporal shifts and amplitude underestimation, which is the purple line of the time series, as we can see in the presentation. When the resolution is increased to around 7 kilometers, which is the red line in the time series, the agreement improves significantly, especially for the SIFT source, which shows the best overall statistical performance. Additionally, during the 3 to 4 hours after the tsunami arrival at the DART, the simulations consistently reproduce the phase, the temporal sequence of the oscillations, and the relative amplitudes of the dominant cycle, especially to the highest energy waves. And after approximately 16 hours of the occurrence of the event, a larger dispersion in the results is observed, although a general consistency in amplitude is still maintained. Next. Regarding to the local validation of the geocloud and Sphinx coupling, the results shows good agreement in general in the reproduction of the initial tsunami phases and the maximum amplitudes, particularly during the first 19 hours of the event. We can see in the presentation. The SIFT source shows a slight overestimation of the amplitudes, but overall provides a better statistical fit compared to the USG source. It is important to know that in the time series, that due to the location of the Tumaco tide gauge, the observed signal contains high-frequency noise that couldn't be completely removed. This noise is mainly associated with local effects such as reflection from the parent structure, where is located the void, and internal dynamics within the Tumaco Bay, which introduce some uncertainty in the comparisons. But in a general way, we see a good fit of the coupling of geocloud and Sphinx with the file data we observed. Next. In terms of spatial results, the Kamchatka tsunami generated relative low wave heights along the Pacific Colombian coast. This is partly due to the fact that the tsunami arrived during low tide condition with limited inland penetration. But in any case, we can see that in the area of Tumaco, there are two clearly areas with higher hazard levels, which is El Bajito and El Morro Beach, where the highest amplitudes are concentrated. And we can see that in the presentation. Were extended to the remaining coastal communities, the other 11 study areas, allowing for a regional assessment of tsunami response along the Colombian Pacific coast. We have some troubles with the boundaries of the Sphinx model, and we can resolve it increasing the resolution of the geocloud model in the intermediate domain of geocloud and Sphinx. Next, please. And yeah, that's the 11 communities we simulate with this framework. And in summary, we can conclude that GeoCloud and Sphinx coupling provides an efficient framework to integrate ocean-scale propagation with high-resolution coastal inundation modeling with intermediate cost of computational efficiency. The SIP source showed the best agreement with the observation, and from the GeoCloud perspective, the model is highly sensitive to spatial resolution. And we see that increasing resolution improves the quality of the results, but also significantly increases the computational cost. Therefore, a key aspect of this work was finding a balance between accuracy and computational efficiency, which is essential for rapid assessment application. And finally, under this coupling framework, we have advanced in the simulation of worst-case rupture scenarios across 25 seismic coupling segments distributed along the Pacific coast, providing a basis for a more comprehensive far-field tsunami hazard assessment. And what we want to do is to use this coupling framework to evaluate several probabilistic cases of tsunami far field along the Pacific coast.
Great. Thank you, both of you. We have just a couple minutes. Yeah, Ignacio.
Thank you, Randy.
Recording stopped.
So thank you, Eric and Maria Paula, for the nice presentation. Super nice. So I have a question, a general question related with bathymetry data in that area. I'm always trying to do some tsunami hazard assessment there in Chile, especially in Chile, because I'm from Chile. And typically the problem is the bathymetry data. Is that a problem in that area? What you can think about, and do you have any suggestion how we can improve and get at least the basics of bathymetry data in that area? Do you have any comment of that?
Well, for OpenOcean, we use the JEPCO data, and we only evaluate these 11 communities because that's like the only communities with bathymetry data recollecting in filed. So, which is data validated. That's what we use. And the other population which have more even vulnerability, we don't have data to make a good modelation.
Yeah, I remember I did something in Ecuador a long time ago, in Manta and Esmeralda, I remember we did, and the data was insufficient. So certainly there must be some efforts for the future to try to extend
Yes.
the coverage. That would be awesome. That is certainly a problem that we need to face as tsunami scientists, I think, in the future. Thank you, Maria Paula. Super nice.
Thanks. Marcia, I see your hand up.
Yeah, quick question. How sensitive is Sphinx? I've never used it, to the location of the transfer location from GeoCloud to these Sphinx gauges? Like, is that well established, or you have to play around with that as well to see where that part of the modeling starts?
Well, most of the troubles we found is that a cursor resolution of GeoCloud in the domain intermediate with GeoCloud and Sphinx includes false reflexive or resonance in the model of Sphinx. So more like the sensitive of a Sphinx is the false reflections introduced from GeoCloud.
From reflecting off the shoreline?
Yes. Because for example, Tumaco is a bay, so and it's a plain, a floodplain, that area. So in a coarse resolution, you can like achieve that complexity of the topography of the beach and the coastal. So with cursor resolution, that gains like reflection of the coastal. So for that, we have to increase the resolution in GeoClow.
At the shoreline or all over?
At the shoreline.
Okay.
Because the GeoClow model, the intermediate mesh between GeoClow and Sphinx, is really near to the coast.
Okay.
So we have to make also a Sphinx domain like bigger and increase the resolution of GeoClow because it's really near to the coast.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm sure there are lots of other questions about Sphinx, and I think that would be a good topic for a breakout group during our next session if you guys are available. But let's move on now. Before we move on, though, I know a lot of people just joined during the last session, so let me just very quickly again share my screen just to mention again, please feel free to come and go on Zoom, and we will be posting at least some of the talks online after the workshop. By next week, I should have some of them up at least. Please do be respectful of each other in breakout rooms and elsewhere, and take a look at our code of conduct. And for the most part, if we save questions for the end or put them in the chat, then we can make sure we get through the talks in a goodly time. If people try to keep to about 15 minutes for their talk, then we have a few minutes between. And then we will have time for more discussion in the breakout rooms. And feel free to move between the rooms once we set those up. I'll talk about that a bit more when we get to that point. Yeah, let's move on now with Fabian Gutierrez, who is a PhD student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UCSD. You should be able to share.
Thank you, Randy. I hope you see that in full screen
Recording
mode.
in progress.
Yes, my name is Fabian Gutierrez. I'm a PhD student at Scripps UCSD, and I will talk about how source complexity governs tsunami generation and give examples from a multiple centroid moment tensor inversion, as well as using dynamic rupture models to inform tsunami simulations. And before I get started, I want to make sure that we are all on the same page when it comes to different tsunami modeling techniques. And in this nice overview by Lauren Abrahams and others, we can see on the left, there are techniques which require two steps. That is first modeling the earthquake and then informing the tsunami simulation. And I think the most common approach here is to use static initial conditions, or also referred to as Okada modeling, using an instantaneous sourcing based on elastic dislocation theory. And the example I'll give later is for the Noto Peninsula earthquake and tsunami using GeoClaw, of course. There are also some other techniques which use the time-dependent output of an earthquake simulation as forcing. And whenever I speak about one-way linked, I mean that we use the time-dependent seafloor deformation, and that can then be used to also inform shallow water equations such as GeoClaw. And then the last approach combines the elastic wave propagation in the solid Earth with oceanic acoustic and the surface gravity wave field all at once. We use SciSol for the fully coupled model, and an example towards the end is the Samos earthquake and tsunami. And each of these modeling techniques, I would say, has its own application. And let's start with the Noto Peninsula event, which ruptured in 2024 across an active nearshore fault system and caused a large tsunami within the Sea of Japan. Here on the left, you can see the first used GS final fault slip model constrained from teleseismic data, and that was available about 2.5 hours after the event, with one major slip patch beneath Noto Peninsula, and another slip patch offshore in the northeast. Then here on the right is a vertical displacement observational figure from SAR image analysis and field surveys. We see here along the northwestern coast up to 4.4 meters uplift, also uplifting this port here by nearly 4 meters, and then up to 2.4 meters of uplift towards the northeastern coast. And relatively quick, it was evident that this rupture must have been unusually complex, with fluid migration likely contributing to this complexity. And by now, there are many published models, and one of the earlier ones was Ma et al. Using 3 fault segments and suggesting a slow rupture propagation lasting about 15 to 20 seconds near its hypercenter, with slip exceeding 10 meters in the west, but less slip in the northeast. And the fact that the event was so complex also manifested in terms of the variability of finite fault models. For example, the USGS updated their initial model after 10 days, incorporating additional geodetic data. And here we can see that this model has a great fit to GNSS stations, but we can also see that this offshore slip patch in the northeast has disappeared. So we know that different source models will have different implications for understanding the observed tsunami generation and also in terms of early warning. So we use a different approach to constrain the spatio-temporal rupture evolution first, and that is by using a multiple centroid moment tensor model, where each centroid moment tensor marks the location of a major sub-event and has a scalar seismic moment together with strike, dip, and rake information. We applied this for the Noto Peninsula earthquake and specifically inverted here teleseismic and regional strong motion data, some shown as an example on the right. And the preferred model we obtain is in the middle. I'm saying here preferred because the inversion is in a Bayesian framework, meaning we get all the source uncertainties that come with it and literally thousands of models. But here in this talk, I don't want to speak too much about those uncertainties. Just briefly, the model we get shows 6 sub-events labeled E1 to E6 in time. And we also observe about a 20-second delayed renucleation near the hypocenter, with one sub-event being situated next to E1. In general, the rupture first propagates southwestward, and then we have this second delayed northeastern rupture episode. And as part of the second northeastern rupture episode, the sub-events E5 and E6 release about 40% of the total seismic moment. The next step is to construct a fault model and then map the sub-event model to displacement. And that means, we need to assign a fault geometry to each centroid moment tensor. And since the uncertainty estimates for the depth of each sub-event here shown on the right are relatively shallow and quite well constrained, we assume first surface rupture and choose an along dip depth twice its centroid depth and a long strike length constant of 25 kilometers. So this is shown in the video here. This is the constructed fault geometry. Now we can assume a rigidity and use the Okada approach to obtain the vertical surface displacement, and that's shown in panel A, indicating that that the displacement from sub-events E5 and E6 is located entirely offshore with a peak uplift of 3.7 meters. This preferred model also aligns with the traces of known fault geometries shown by the green and purple lines. And I should mention that the information about the dip of those mapped faults guided us in our choice how we distinguish the fault and auxiliary plane. However, if that would not be available, that could also be more explored in a probabilistic sense. So now we have the geoplot tsunami simulations sourced by the instantaneous vertical displacement. So you see how the tsunami, which I'll refer to as like the sea surface height anomaly, spreads out through the Japan Sea. We see that the wave crests bend parallel to the coastline due to refraction of the shoaling bathymetry. If we look near Noto Peninsula, we see some long-lasting oscillations, likely due to the kind of continental shelf, which is there, so similar to the 2017 Mexico event. And then you notice that there are some black squares in the simulation. Those mark tide gauges, and we can compare the synthetics against the observed tsunami waveforms. First, in terms of arrival time, this histogram in the middle shows the arrival time of the initial tsunami crest observed and the modeled one, and that is captured within 1 to 3.5 minutes, so important aspect for tsunami early warning. Looking at some individual tsunami waveforms, we can also see that the model matches the initial polarity and amplitude with high cross-correlation coefficients of up to 0.9, at least for some of the stations. There are other stations like Fukaura further north, where we are not able to match all the trailing waves that well. And here, Ignacio Sepulveda has shown that the bathymetry uncertainties may affect those trailing waves more than they do the leading wave. Additionally, we did not include any landslide modeling in here, even though there are reports that this has affected the tsunami locally. And some folks have modeled this landslide using a kind of spatially limited normal fault, but I think with DClaw that might be a nice addition to that, even though I haven't used it. Okay, I want to make one more point here, because when we construct the complex deformation pattern, we assume surface rupture for each event, but that assumption can actually also be relaxed. And therefore, we adapt an existing source dimension scaling relation for dip slip events. And that graph shows the relation between magnitude and solve length, width and area respectively, and the black diamonds mark the 6 sub-events. And we see that the constructed fall dimensions fall within the 95th percentile of the uncertainty ranges, and even more importantly, that 5 out of the 6 sub-events still result in surface breaching slip. However, the along strike length is now variable and typically longer, which in turn means that the peak vertical deformation is reduced by about 40% in this case. And if this model is then used to forward simulate the tsunami, we can see that there's a competing effect of the broader seafloor deformation and reduced peak uplift, at least to some degree, and that those counterbalance each other. So I think I hope I was able to show you that our sub-event model demonstrates that resolving the moment release and associate fault location and first order geometry is critical to inform tsunami response efforts. I should mention in the tsunami wave amplitude map, we see this these orange colors facing or trending towards Kashiwazaki, and without this offshore rupture towards the northeast, the models fail to reproduce the tsunami waveform. So here you won't see this. The scaling relation multi-CMT model I explained before has it, but we see a few or a bit lower tsunami amplitudes in this part of Noto Peninsula. So to summarize this in one sentence, the multi-event, multi-segment rupture of the Noto Peninsula earthquake governs its tsunami generation, and I encourage you to read more about this by scanning the QR code. And this was a lot about one specific type of source complexity, but there are also other types of source complexity. And those we can see, for example, in these fully coupled simulations. On the left is an example from Lotto and Dunham for a 2D coupled Earth-ocean problem. And here we see the tsunami, including some tsunami dispersion, even though for that we could use a dispersive shallow water equation solver. But then ahead of the tsunami, they are much faster and high amplitude seismic and ocean acoustic waves. And on the right is just another example from simulations offshore Japan. And therefore, now we move over to the other side of the world, to the Aegean Sea, which is subject to extension. And here, the normal faulting Samos earthquake struck in October 2020 and generated a local tsunami, as you can see in the figures or pictures at the top right. The bottom map shows the modeling domain, and I'll show you results, which are still a work in progress from this smaller blue domain where the Samos rupture took place. And what we do for this event is we systematically increase the tsunami generation modeling complexity. That means we start at the top left with a finite fault model. Here we choose the one by Plika et al., constrained from local strong motion stations and static GNSS data. This is then used in SISOL simulations in what I refer to as kinematic rupture, where we prescribe the spatiotemporal evolution of slip or slip rate. May notice it's a bit smoother, but one result we get out of this are on-fault stress changes. And these on-fault stress changes can be used to set up a dynamic rupture model where the earthquake dynamics evolve spontaneously based on the model's initial condition. We have different dynamic rupture models, and they differ in their initial stress setup. Here I'm showing you one which kind of bilaterally ruptures and then up dip and towards the west. The final slip distribution of all these models is quite similar, maybe with a bit more near surface slip in the dynamic rupture model. So it's no surprise that if we look at the permanent subsidence from those models, that they show a good agreement. So this would be just applying the Okada approach to the final fault slip model. And the next two snapshots are at the last simulation time step from SISOL simulations. Now, this can be used to inform the geocloud tsunami simulations, and those are shown in the top row. These are snapshots after 6 minutes. All those simulations have the same bathymetry, and I chose a very high spatial refinement for the geoclaw simulations of about 50 meters to be comparable to the SISOL simulations later. So top left is the instantaneous sourcing based on Okada, and then the middle panel and the right panel are the one-way linked kinematic and dynamic, dynamically sourced tsunami simulations. These are now the corresponding fully coupled SISOL simulations. So in the middle again for the kinematic model, on the right for the dynamic model. And just by visually inspecting this, we can see that all of these models share similar large-scale features. That is an initial leading wave drawdown, followed by some peak tsunami crests, and then subtle sea surface depression in between again. You can also notice that at the bottom left, I've annotated the 99.9th percentile of the peak tsunami amplitudes for the initial 6 minutes. And just by looking at those numbers, you may notice that the peak tsunami amplitudes can vary by up to 20%, depending on the modeling approach. And to see the differences better, we can subtract the geoclaw model from the SISOL model. And while there's no difference for the initial leading wave drawdown, there are some difference following, and those can actually reach up to 0.5 meters in absolute amplitude. So to come to the conclusion here, I've shown you that the source, geometric, or sub-event complexity can govern the tsunami generation. Then we systematically compare complexity in the tsunami generation using Okada, kinematic, and dynamic rupture sources. Here, the peak near-field tsunami amplitudes can vary by up to 20%. I did not speak that much about the computational cost, but I think it may be clear that the one-way linked approaches are computational faster compared to the fully coupled earthquake tsunami approach. So those are very well suited to forecast tsunami arrival and initial wave height, as I've shown you for Noto Peninsula. But the 3D fully coupled models are then needed for a detailed kind of reconstruction in the near field when one would want to differentiate different acoustic, seismic, and the tsunami waves themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fabian. Lots of good stuff there. Are there any quick questions? Oh, by the way, I'm going to be stopping or
Recording
at least
stopped.
pausing the recording during the question and answer session, so people should be uninhibited about speaking up and asking questions or answering them as best you can. So yeah, are there any questions at this point? Yeah, Ignacio.
Yeah, thank you, Fabian. Super interesting. So I have a general question related with something you said in the middle of the presentation, which is from things that we don't know, we may try some probabilistic approaches to try to reconstruct or build some things that we don't know. What is your suggestion? Because for a long time we have been using like these random fields to try to generate sleep distributions. Do you think we can do better than that? Do you have any opinion?
I'm not sure if we can do better, but I think we can complement it. For example, for these multi-CMT solutions, one could like systematically explore different types of models. For example, what we did for Noto Peninsula, as well as based on the multi-CMT solution, we selected a minimum and maximum uplift scenario. And those, I think, can be quickly evaluated and would give an idea of like worst case scenario and like something which is at least expected. Yeah, it's hard to say whether we can do better. Better in a way, maybe like once all the data comes in, we're able to construct the dynamic rupture simulation, but I don't think I mean, there are some efforts to do this really quickly now, and Thomas Ulrich from LMU is working on that, but it's not yet in a rapid effort, I think.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Great. Did you have a follow-up question, Ignacio?
No, I was thinking on something, but it can take long. We can talk later in the breakout room, maybe. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, and I think, Fabian, if you're willing, we'll open the breakout room for you to talk more with people about the various topics you've been talking about.
Sounds good.
Before we go into breakout rooms, again, our idea, this is kind of experimental. So we're looking for feedback on how we're running this workshop. So this first breakout session in particular, you should view as an experiment, and feel free to send us feedback or bring it up when we reconvene if you have ideas of better ways to do this. But our current idea is to open up for this session 2 breakout rooms, one for each talk, and people can join whichever room they want and move around between them. We'll also keep the main room open, and I'll plan to stay in the main room for this session. So anyone who wants to talk about general GeoClaw issues or questions, or start a discussion on some other topic, you're welcome to stay in the main room. If people would like to have a new breakout room created, either for a couple of people to talk separately about something, or because there's a topic you would like to attract other people to come and talk about with you, then just let us know and we can create new breakout rooms on the fly, we hope. So we will do that for the next 20 minutes or so, 20 or 30 minutes, and then we'll reconvene in the main room a few minutes before the next talk is scheduled, which is at 9:45, I believe. So maybe about 9:40 or so, we'll come back to the main room, and if there's any other ideas people have on the breakouts, we'll have a few minutes to talk about that again there. So I'm going to start setting up some breakup rooms, but maybe if anyone wants to say something or make suggestions, please raise your hand, and maybe Marcia, you can moderate while I set up the breakup rooms.
Okay, but I will say that I would like to follow up on the Sphinx stuff myself. So I hope one of them is Sphinx, and that the 2 speakers can join that one to answer some more questions I have. Any other requests while Randy sets this up? Just unmute yourself and speak out, or put it in the chat if there's something in particular. That would be Kyle with his hand up.
Well, thanks. I think there's a question in the chat that I think Maria actually did answer, but there is an interesting question about why certain levels of refinement and numbers of levels and the ratios themselves and all that type of thing. I think this is a really good question that, at least for my use, I don't have a particularly good reason sometimes, other than I think the end of that, trying to hit a particular resolution and knowing you need certain resolutions and kind of in between, that makes a lot of sense. But whether you use, say, factors of 2 versus, a factor of 4 or a factor of 10 to get down to those resolutions is a really interesting question, and I don't have a good answer for it. But I thought I'd re-raise that from the chat because I think that is a good topic.
Yeah, and that's something we often struggle with, even those of us who've been using GeoClaw intensely for years, is what's the best refinement strategy and where do you really need the refinement? And often you just have to try different strategies and see which one seems most efficient, but still gives what you consider good results compared to other things you try. Yeah, but we do need more guidance about that in our GeoClaw documentation as well. And one thing I've been hoping to do with these new GeoClaw Tsunami tutorials I started working on last fall that I hope to keep working on, and if other people want to work on those with me, that would be great, is to put in more guidance on some of those things and give some examples and whatnot. So thanks for bringing that up.
I will add something about that. Oh, no,
yeah.
you were gonna, whatever you do for shallow water is when you move on to Boussinesq equation, much more sensitive. There's going to be a little bit different when if and when you move to dispersive equations.
May I ask for those dispersive equations, or maybe we speak about it later again? Do you try to have like a more consistent gradual increase, or like does it get worse if you go from 2 to 10, or would you say maybe like intermediate steps would be better?
If you're not, yeah, it depends if you're tracking the whole wave or not. Like sometimes we just say, go with a big refinement level because you're tracking, let's say, a wave moving ashore, and you don't really care about the one going away, which will have a reflection. The worse the higher the your main wave, then it's just a numerical artifact. But you do have to look at your results and make sure that you're okay. It didn't catch up. Otherwise you have to go with more moderate series of 4, not like 2 and 8.
Yes.
So yeah, but I'm going to be talking about, I'm the next talk after the break. So
perfect.
Okay, Randy, where is Randy making?
Randy's muted.
Okay.
Maria, did you want to say something though?
It's just to say that like we have a larger domain for far 5 tsunamis, we simulate all the Pacific Ocean. So if we wanted to make a less like a smaller refinement ratios, we have to do a lot of refinements because of the scale of the domain. So we selected to this 9 ratio, which is the bigger, in the ocean, open ocean boundaries. So we don't make that a great jump on the resolution in the coastal domain. But because if we do that refinement progressive on the ocean, the resolution, the computational cost was like 3 days of simulations around. It was a lot, so we have to reduce that and look for the best adjustment because we did a lot of proofs with that.
For shallow water equations, I do that too. I think that is much more forgiving than with the Boussinesq dispersive equations. We're still working on, I mean, the Boussinesq equations are still pretty new in GeoCloud, just like the last year or two. And I mean, with the adaptivity, and we're still looking for better boundary conditions to help with the problems that we've observed with that. So no final story yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so I see Ignacio's hands up. I do want to get in, have some time in the breakout rooms, but did you have a quick comment, Ignacio?
Yeah, just telling my experience basically, because this is my everyday problem actually. Every time we are doing a model for everyone, I think here in this place. So I would say that typically I try to go between 3 and 4 ratios, and typically I have like 5 levels when I'm going and doing a Pacific born tsunami. But I would say that my most critical problem is not even the nesting, because I can live with multiplying by 3 my computational time, but I would say that the data, as I was telling to Maria Paula before, I think that is the most critical thing. Sometimes we need to do a nesting of, I don't know, 50 meters because we have a river or a very complicated geometry, and you don't even have data to try to do that nesting. So if I have data, I would be happy to spend 3 months running the simulations, because I will see very cool data coming from there. But the real constraint I think everybody have here, especially for tsunami people, more than other processes maybe, is the problem of the extension of the bathymetry data we have in close to the base or close to the coast. That is a super critical problem we have.
Yeah, we're lucky in the US that there is good coastal bathymetry available now at the 1/9 arcsecond level for much of the coast, which is like 2 or 3 meter resolution, which is pretty amazing. But many other places, that's not true. I will say, though, that even if you don't have that level of refined bathymetry, it may still make sense to refine your computational grid that much, especially if, out in deeper water where the bathymetry might be pretty flat. It doesn't really matter whether you have bathymetry that's at the same scale as your computational grid if you need to refine it more to capture the waves properly. Anyway, let me open up the rooms. We'll only have about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and rejoin. I just created one called Sphinx and one called Fabian, but we can make more if people are interested in other things. And you should be able to assign yourselves, I believe. Are you seeing the breakout rooms?
No.
No? No. Okay. That's interesting.
Down bottom right with the ellipsis where it says more.
Yeah. I'm in the breakout rooms tab. I created them. Oh.
Oh yeah, I see them now.
I could see them there on there more. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. You may have to go to the menu and find the breakout rooms tab to see them, but is everyone finding them now?
I don't see them. How do I get to a breakout room?
So if you're not seeing them on your menu, you might see a button with 3 dots that says more, and if you click on that,
Oh yeah,
there
okay.
should be a breakout rooms tab on there.
Got it. Thank you.
And I will stay here in the main room if anyone wants to keep chatting about refinement strategies or anything else, or has other questions to ask, feel free.
Hi, this is Ling from National Tsunami Warning Center. That I'm very interested in GeoCloud applications. I just want to ask if you can hear my voice. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
So,
thanks for coming.
is there some suggestion of how to start learning the model? I saw there are a lot of resources on GitHub. So,
yeah. We don't have maybe as good a set of resources for really getting started, but I've started working on these GeoCloud Tsunami tutorial, which is linked also from the main page for the workshop, I believe, where in the fall we did some sessions on Zoom for some of the people that I've been working with who wanted to get more into using GeoCloud, and I decided to start trying to write up some better notes that might be used in the future. that's kind of very much a work in progress. There's only a couple examples there, but I've been trying to go through more of a sort of the complete workflow for actually doing a inundation model in GeoClaw with some realistic topography, whereas many of the examples we have in our GitHub repository are just sort of large scale of the entire ocean for the Chile 2010 example, which is one of the standard ones in the GeoClaw repository, or on synthetic bathymetry like a parabolic bowl or something. It's been years that we've been meaning to kind of incorporate the tutorial. There should be some. There's also on our ClawPack community page, the community tab at the top of the ClawPack documentation, there's links to some videos that have been made at past tutorials and things that could help. And we've tried to explain the installation procedure, which is a bit complicated because of the fact that there are multiple GitHub repositories involved, and some people want to use the Fortran code, which you have to under the hood, at least with GeoClaw. Other people only want the Python version.
Python, yeah.
So yeah, if you're having trouble navigating any of that, feel free to send me a note personally, or raise an issue on the GeoClaw page, and we'll try to get back to you.
So in terms of the interface, I was thinking about maybe Jupyter Notebook might be a good place to start with because it's easier to visualize.
Yes, yeah. I've been using Jupyter Notebooks in the GeoClaw Tsunami
I saw
tutorial.
a lot of code that was written in the notebook.
Yeah, and also if you go to the main ClawPack webpage, up at the top, there's a, maybe I can share for just a minute here. Up at the top, there's a button, there's the community button, which, as I mentioned, has a link to some of the things that are available for streaming, but there's also a gallery button.
Yeah, that's all Jupyter Notebook.
And also there's a gallery of Jupyter Notebooks that has a few examples of GeoClaw, so you might take a look at those as well.
Okay. So for the tsunami modeling, that the use of GeoClaw in tsunami modeling, is it always have to be coupled to a tsunami model, or it already has some examples that we can play with?
There's a couple of examples in with the code, and another couple in the new tutorials, but typically you would want to have a deformation of how the seafloor moves in the earthquake that you're trying to model, and that can be input to GeoClaw as what we call a dtopo file, changes in topography. And so you need some topography files, some DEMs that describe the topography, possibly several at different resolutions. And then you can also have one or more dtopo files that are either instantaneous deformation, if it's a static model like an Okada type model, or it can be a time varying deformation of the sea surface coming out of either a kinematic or a dynamic rupture model. But for the event you're looking at, you would have to somehow come up with appropriate description of how the seafloor is moving.
So that GeoClaw will do the mostly it's the seafloor moving part of the modeling. Does it also do the sea level? I suppose.
So what we assume is that when the seafloor moves, the water level moves exactly with it. So that's an approximation that assumes the water is completely incompressible and that changes at the bottom are immediately reflected at the top. There are ways to improve that. I think Alex Dolcimascolo is going to talk about one approach tomorrow in one of the talks. But for the most part, we assume that the sea surface moves with the bottom topography. But then, of course, the sea surface might also start evolving due to the tsunami waves propagating.
So that GeoClaw also calculate the wave height, I suppose, the U and V. And then does it also take into account of the inundation, dry and wet part?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so it's very comprehensive. It's like
yeah, it's been built up over the years to include quite a bit, and the topography can be input on rectangular grids in latitude longitude space typically, though it could be in meters if you're doing a wave tank experiment or a small scale thing. And the wetting and drying is sort of handled automatically on logically Cartesian grids as well.
Does it actually include a tsunami model like SIFT or MOST, or it does its own thing to do?
It does its own. It solves the shallow water equations, or there's a Busnesque version now that that solves the Serre-Green-Nagdi equations, which we recommend as it's still depth average, so we keep track of the water depth and two components of momentum in the horizontal directions. But
Got it. Thank you.
the dispersity equation includes high order derivative terms. We'll hear a lot more about that in the next session coming up in a few minutes. In fact, it's almost time to close the rooms. We didn't have too much time this time, but there'll be more time, I hope, to talk about other things going forward. But I'd like to bring people back in a minute or so here so that we can get ready for the next set of talks. But so I'm going to...
Sorry, I take up too long time.
Oh, no, that's okay. It's other people may be wondering the same thing if they're new to GeoClaw. So yeah, so we have another minute before everyone gets back. If anyone has anything else they'd like to bring up.
Okay, the Sphinx session would like to continue.
Continue, yes. I imagine that was way too short a time.
So,
but I wanted to keep us on time a little bit at least, but we can hopefully maybe we can open another Sphinx session in the next set of breakouts for people who want to talk about that, or later on we can have additional rooms. Also, I think we're aiming to finish these sessions officially at about 1 o'clock Pacific time each day, but I will be available later in the afternoon, and other people may be too, and anyone who wants to continue talking about things beyond that time, I'll keep the Zoom meeting open, and we can continue discussing for those who want to.
well, okay, I may have to actually do a dispersive breakout room because that's the next session. So could the Sphinx people message Randy if you can come back, or
maybe we can
for a later breakout
set
session
up one later after the last set of talks, and then, or maybe beyond that, depending on people's schedules. So yeah, if you want to direct message me with ideas about breakout rooms, please feel free. Any other comments on the breakout room and strategies before we move on to the next set of talks? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle to introduce the next set of talks and moderate that session, and give me 1 minute to get the video started, but then you can go ahead.
Wait, I'm trying to find full screen. Hold on. How about just play?
Recording in progress.
Nope, wrong screen. Hold on.
Well, I'm going to introduce you in the meantime, Marcia.
Where?
Not that you need any introduction, perhaps. Yeah. So first up, so the next three talks are somehow related to dispersion and shallow water type situations. And first up is Marcia Berger, who has been, as Randy said, instrumental in AMR Claw, and then now GeoClaw, adding a lot of the real algorithmic magic that is going on behind the scenes that we all love and depend on. So she's going to be talking a lot about how she has been involved in adding dispersion to GeoClaw directly. So some of you may have actually seen that. And did you get it to work, Marcia?
No, I'm just going to go with the slides showing. They seem to have changed the. Okay.
been moving it in Zoom. So,
Share.
but take it away.
There it is. Where is share? Okay, share. Okay. Oops, should have shared the other screen. Let's just stop sharing and
We could see the slides. I think it worked.
let me just try, but I saw somebody else, by the way, has to let people in now because I'm going to be giving this talk.
Yeah,
Will do.
Donna's here.
Okay.
We're seeing
Now we
your
see your
screen,
desktop. Yeah.
but not your slides.
Oh God.
I think it was right the last time, but you may not be seeing the same thing we are.
It
It looked like it was
I'm
impressive.
not, but we'll just go with it. Can you
There's
see
the slide.
that?
They're not full
Yeah.
screen, but they're there.
And if I do that, are they full screen?
No, now we see the
Click.
presenter view.
There's a button there that'll there's a button there that'll switch it though. If you go back to play
Yeah.
and then click on play. And then one of the buttons up at the upper right-hand corner, the one that has the switchy bit, yep, click on that. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you. The switchy bit. Okay, good. Finally, now that
Technical term.
talk is gone. Okay. Randy and I have been working on including some Boussinesq equations into GeoClaw. This is built on, as he said, G1's work from years ago, but that part wasn't adaptive. So now I'm going to talk about the part that did just enter GeoClaw with adaptivity about a year or two ago. So just to show you, the Boussinesq equations. This is a propagating Gaussian. On the left is the shallow water equations, and on the right are the Boussinesq equations. We use the SGN, Sergui-Najdi version. And what you see is that the shallow water travels faster, it's further along. And the Boussinesq equations, the leading wave is not the largest. The largest amplitude is actually trailing behind. So those are some things that will be important in simulations. So the Sergui-Najdi equations are a mess. I'm just showing you them in 1D because it would take like 3 slides to do them in 2D. But what you see here, by the way, this is our second set of equations. They're unstable. Not quite able to prove it, but almost. Anyhow, so we turn to the Sergui-Najdi equations because there's actually some literature on it that we could follow and not get hung up. So here we have the 1D shallow water equations, and we add this term to the right-hand side of the momentum equation. And psi, this is the unknown variable. These are height, bathymetry, gravity, fairly standard terminology here. Psi is the new thing. Psi satisfies an elliptic equation here with really complex terms. The important thing is there are 2 psi derivatives. The right-hand side B has 3 derivatives. So it's tricky. Let's put it like that. So let's talk about how to solve it. First, we use, I'm going to talk about how it's solved without adaptive mesh refinement, and then how we modify it to include adaptive mesh refinement. So for those who have not seen it before, the literature uses a splitting method. First, we solve the elliptic equation to find psi. That's at a given time level. We have the height, the momentum at time n. We solve for psi. We will then just update using the right-hand side of the momentum equations. And H itself height not modified at all. Now we've gotten to this star term, and we can take a shallow water time step for the star equations to get to time n+1. So the second step just uses the regular GeoClaw finite volume updates. The literature treats the elliptic equation up here using finite differences. Now, so that would be this. The equations are just repeated down below so you see them. Okay, things to note here are there's no wave breaking in the Boussinesq equations. At the moment, what we do is switch to the shallow water equations near the shore. If any cell in some 3x3 neighborhood, that would be the finite difference neighborhood, is has a height less than the threshold. Okay, so that prevents us from doing differencing on shore when h goes to 0. That's not really stable. Plus, until there's a good wave breaking criteria, this is our substitute, since the shallow water equations do sort of model wave breaking by turning it into a traveling bore, which will decrease. So the boundary conditions that we use are the same as in shallow water. So it's either an extrapolation condition or a wall boundary condition. And as I said earlier to Maria, we do hope to improve those. Okay, so now we actually have a linear system to solve for the psi elliptic equation. And I am happy to refer to PETC, where we use a Krylov solver with an AMG preconditioner. And the nice thing here is that Barry Smith extended PETC so that we could use it with OpenMP. Since PETC is a pure MPI-based parallel solver, he built a version, so anything after version 3.21 allows an OpenMP program to call the PETC solver. So that was instrumental. Okay, now how do we merge this into our adaptive mesh refinement? So first, some AMR basics. Here are the important points that had to be dealt with. We have, as you know, if you've used it, patch-based mesh refinement with subcycling in time. So here, for example, we have a coarse grid, which is divided in two for parallelization, so that each one is farmed out to an OpenMP core. Now here we have two fine grids, and you'll notice that this grid spans two coarser levels, no problem. I mean, two coarser grids at the coarser level. We also refine in time so that to get, if the refinement is by 2, as shown here, we take 2 time steps on the fine grid so that everybody gets to the same point later in time. Now, to get the ghost cells that are needed, we have to do space-time interpolation. So this intermediate grid over here will need ghost cells to take the next time step with the shallow water equations. So we need the time step at the last time on the coarse grid to do space-time interpolation for the intermediate grid. And you need that before you can take this next time step. So what has to change for using adaptive mesh refinement with SGN? Well, here's a few things. Some minor ones first. The linear system that we build includes all patches at the same refinement level. So here it's a global grid on the coarsest level. It's global. But what do you do in the intermediate levels? Well, again, we need space-time interpolation, but now we need it for psi. That was not one of our conserved variables, which are h, the momentum. So we have to actually do another solve on the coarser level that we can do space-time interpolation to get psi to fill in the GO cells at the intermediate time. That means we had to do a second elliptic solve, but it's only on the coarse grid and not on the finest level, so that does save you. And then we explicitly build the matrix in compressed row storage format and call PETSI with the GO cells and all the equations and solve on a given level. And this fits in nicely, the AMR interpolation in the GO cells. We just add psi to the vector of unknowns. Psi is actually going to be psi1 and psi2 because there's one for the X and one for the Y directions. So we've added two variables to the vector of unknowns. Just to show you what it looks like, here's a comparison with what if we had a global solve at the finest level compared with some solves with subcycling in time and a composite AMR, which I implemented, and it all looks very close. You can see some changes from the uniform fine grid, but we feel that the cost is worth this in the cost savings by not doing the global solve and using mesh refinement. And here is just a quick last example to show what happens with, instead of the first example I showed of just a Gaussian expanding across a flat domain, here is actually a real calculation with bathymetry of our hypothetical asteroid ocean impact, because that's the motivation for me, at least, for doing this. We got initial conditions from Daryl Robertson, who happens to be here, I hope, watching, of using an ALE simulation. Here's the, after 251 seconds, here was the height. We start with that and we place it in the middle of the ocean wherever we want. So this is off the coast of Washington, where we placed our hypothetical asteroid. 5 levels of refinement to start, seen here colored in different colors depending on the level. 7 levels total when it reaches shore, so we got down to 10-meter resolution. And just here are some intermediate refinements. You see here, we are not tracking the outgoing wave, so it is greatly coarsened here. You can't really see it at this level, but these are fully tracked. And what we see here approaching the shore, we have soliton fission, which is a sign of the dispersion fighting with the nonlinearity. So this is a sign that your SGN equations are working. And here we see the asteroid has completely overtopped Grays Harbor Peninsula in about 50 minutes after the asteroid has hit. Okay, final thoughts. We do have some algorithmic issues. We, as I said, need a better wave breaking criteria than just the bathymetry offshore. I also would like the better boundary conditions I mentioned earlier with less reflection. I'm trying to investigate higher order differencing, which also might help with reflections, because as I said, we have second and third differences. So it'd be nice if the method itself is a little higher order. The boundary conditions for SGN, faster linear system solver would be nice, maybe better preconditioners. And my hope is to actually be able to run using Forest Claw, which we'll hear talk about tomorrow, which is an MPI-based, it's MPI-based built on top of pForest. It's a quad tree-based refinement, but it also has ClawPack, GeoClaw propagation built in. And also on the list is to combine things with dClaw for modeling dispersive landslide tsunamis, when you'll hear about that tomorrow too. So that is my, did I make it in time despite my
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Thank you, Marcia. Any questions for Marcia before we move on to Anhel?
I just saw a question from Ignacio.
Yeah, I don't want to every time do the question, so maybe I can give the space first for another person and then I can go next. I don't
No,
want
go
to.
ahead. I'll be in a breakout room,
Thank you,
so
Marcia.
they'll have
Okay,
time.
it will be very quick. So thank you very much for the presentation. Actually, I have tons of questions that maybe you can clarify about my efforts to try to do some numerical models here. And first question is a very practical thing that I have suffered a lot. I'm trying to do a model for actually an atmospheric wave, a land wave. Okay, I have been trying to do a model for that.
Wait,
And
an atmospheric model or the tsunami driven by the land wave?
No, I'm doing first the atmospheric model, which I'm coupling with a tsunami model, because I'm adding some new stuff related with the wind and other heterogeneities in the planet. And my problem is always when I'm doing the nesting, and I always have thought that when I'm having stability issues in my nestings are related with that linear interpolation I'm doing, that you are doing with the psi and with the other variables. Do you think that that is a real problem, that linear interpolation we need to do to create the ghost middle time step?
Are you using our SGN?
No. I'm using my own
Using
codes, actually.
SGN or Madsen-Sorensen? Madsen-Sorensen is unstable at extrapolation boundaries, at high bathymetry jumps, and we also found it to be unstable for interpolation of mesh-refined boundaries. Yes, it is unstable. We dropped working with that equation. After 2 years, we kept, is it a bug? Maybe we have a bug. This can't be. No, I've 90% of the way to proving it's unstable.
So do you think it's a good recommendation to try to add this middle dissipators technique to try to kill some of the instability, or that is too risky? Because I think it's risky. you can kill physics.
I think it's more than one frequency that's unstable. It's very difficult to work with a scheme that's linearly unstable. And then you have to add nonlinear, like dissipation that depends. We did spend some time trying that too.
I see.
We went 2 years. We spent 2 to 3 years with, and so I'm not optimistic.
Good. Maybe a project will come soon with Randy, so I will have the chance to. You are there in Washington?
I'm in New York
as well?
City.
New York City. Okay, I will need to plan a visit to New York City to
Where
visit
are you again? San Diego, huh? Well,
at San Diego, yeah. Or maybe you can come. Super welcome, invited here. So another comment, actually, for the Kamchatka, the same as Angel, I was doing Business modeling for that event, but I was using FunWave because basically it's built in MPI and we didn't want to go with GeoCloud because we tried, but it was a little slower than the FunWave. But certainly it's a matter of time. I can see that you will go soon to change the parallel computer for GeoCloud, and we will be able to use GeoCloud for these things. So it's a matter of time.
Well, I do want to see if FarceClot and multigrid. FarceClot uses a multigrid with. I don't actually remember what it uses, but so we are exploring some other options, and also I recently ran into Pat Lynette with CoolWave, and he does a splitting of the X and Y derivatives. So now we're just solving tremendously. So that's on my list to investigate.
Wow, beautiful.
So things may change.
The important information. Super nice, Marcia. Thank you.
Any other
Thank you.
Okay.
So Donna did have a question in the chat if you want to chat back at her. And of course, we have some time after this. But I do want to move on so Angel can have all the time you can get. If you would like to
Okay,
share your
I will
screen.
talk to her later. Okay.
Yeah. So next up is Angel Ruiz Angelo. I butchered that name. Sorry about that. And he's at the University of Iceland, which is probably
Recording in
not
progress.
as nice as it is here. So in New York. And we all have to just go to San Diego, clearly. So take it away.
Yeah. Can you all see my screen well and you hear me well? Okay. That's great.
Yes.
So I decided to start with the movie because sometimes I get you all bored and maybe just give you the first thing, the cherry of the cake first. We can have it. And first of all, I want to acknowledge all my collaborators and also all the support that we have had from Randy and Marcia, basically when we try to implement all these Businesque, basically Diego really went and dig into that part. And I'm gonna try to walk you through what the observations were. And the observations are clearly, like you can see on this simulation, is the simulation resulting from GeoCloud with some dispersive on it. So it has some Businesque on it. And it goes on a slow motion. Well, sorry. Well, don't worry, like it went on a slow motion, and what it does is that the SWOT goes so fast that it can really get you some idea of the snapshot that we have. So we are gonna try to walk here like through what I think SWOT is first, just to give you an idea for those that are not familiar with. It's a relatively new satellite, and we as oceanographers, we have been using it quite often for internal waves, for eddies, for any other thing. And it's just remarkable what the capacity of these satellite tracks have. And for now, was launched at the end of 2022. And it looks a little bit like this. It's the easiest way to relate to it is to look at bathymetry. If you were thinking on bathymetry from single beam versus bathymetry with multi-beam, that's basically what we have with SWOT. We used to have like a nadir, like an altimeter in the center that will just go. Let's see if I could have a pointer here. Laser pointer here, yeah. So we used to have these like altimeter that was just at the center, and now we have these two SWOTs on the side by side that depending which latitude you are at, it could be like 10 kilometers or 60 kilometers, and it goes really fast. So in about 20 seconds, you can have a snapshot of 150 by 120 kilometers, depending the area that you are studying. But it has a downside now. That is that it will come back to that orbit every 21 days. But because it's on a polar orbit, and this time was very fortunate that Kamchatka happened at very high latitudes, so then the orbits were repeated more often next to one another. And the orbits repeat every 21 days. If you ever were farming chicken, this is the time that a chicken takes to hatch. This is like every chicken hatching is a new sort of SWOT track that will come to the same place. So given that, like just a few examples of how it looks from SWOT, things that are interesting in the surface of the ocean. This is one of the machines that makes more internal waves in the ocean, in the Indian Ocean. And internal waves are these type of very dispersive waves that you can see. You can see here, like in this sort of SWOT track. This is sort of the SWOT track that we are using. For example, you can see very nicely these waves, but if you go in the super high resolution, you can even see the surface waves, like the swell. You can go all the way to that resolution to look into that. So that's why I think the observation that we had from the dispersion behind Kamchatka was really clear. And there's another idea, like what we had before on altimeter are those big squares, and what we have now with altimeter are those tracks that have it's like having a new pair of glasses. Just suddenly we are seeing things that we would have not seen before. And was this the first sort of satellite sort of observations from tsunamis? It is not the first one. Like Sumatra in 2004, there were two satellites that were able to observe. This is just an example of this very nice paper that showed the first really high resolution sort of satellite that went past. This is one simulation, but it sort of compares the simulation with the with just one equivalent, the altimeter that SWOT has in the center. That would be the equivalent that they were able to match here. And also another satellite did it. And on other successful observations, we have like Chile 2010, Jason 1 and 2 were able to observe that. Tohoku was also observable in few satellites, and Tonga was also observable. Tonga was 2022. If Tonga or SWOT would have been earlier, then we would have had one of the amazing observations. But SWOT was launched in 2022, and by that time it went on a CalVal period, so we will not. And this one, Kamchatka, was not actually the first tsunami that was observed with SWOT. The first one is this one, that is the Loyalty Islands. This paper is, I think, right now it should be published by Roger et al. And you can really see here, like, there's the tsunami model, and then what you see is the SWOT track, and the next image is actually the observation of the tsunami with the SWOT. And you can see that is the leading wave, and then there's a lot of waves that they will feel really the characteristics that Marcia was mentioning, all the dispersive characteristics of this. But the shallow water equations were not able to reproduce that. Like, this is the model that they were using in this paper, and this is the time series of, well, no, it's a long track type of section for the wave height model by the model is in red, and the observation, just if you extract one line of that, it's the black lines that are behind here. And one thing that is important to notice is that if you actually compute the potential energy that comes behind the wave, that comes along with the tsunami, it's a lot more. You will still be missing some of that energy that will be eventually delivered into the coastline. So in terms of what we are going to see, it's important. Another one that was observable by SWOT was the Dixon Fjord. This is not really observing the tsunami, but they use the super high resolution to observe that sloshing, that the non-earthquake triggered tsunami happened in the Dixon Fjord in Greenland. And what SWOT was able to observe is what we have in the middle panel, that is the high state and the low state of the resonance. So there was this resonance that stayed there for what is like 9 days that remained there. I remember I tried to model this one with GeoClaw, and none of the waves will remain for longer time than 2 or 3 days or something like that. With the version that I used, I think probably one will use, and I don't know, that's probably something to discuss. If one will use dispersive models, will the waves will stay longer, or the sloshing will remain there? That would be quite an interesting test for that, like the temporal durability of that. And then, well, how do we get into this one? Well, immediately after Kamchatka earthquake, I was already asleep. My wife woke me up, and he's like, hey, there's a tsunami. So I went ahead and started with Diego chatting, and Diego Melgar, and we started chatting, and we produced one of the first simulations, put it on Blue Sky. And by that time, I already had, like, one of my postdocs was working a lot with tsunami, and another team from France, from the European agency, they contacted us. They downloaded the Blue Sky sort of simulation, and they overlay on that the SWOT tracks at the time that they thought it was about the same time. And remarkably, like, that simulation that was very simple with a slab model based on the characteristics from USGS was able to match it not too badly. So the track that they put there, and we decided, okay, I think it's worth to start making some progress on this modeling. And let's go ahead and try to match first the DART stations. And then we started having issues with DART. So DART, we started comparing, like, here are 3 different DART stations. This is the time series of them. This is time after the earthquake. And the DART stations are in black. I know I have a lot of colors on this plot, but one of them is the 2419, which is like here in the sort of southwest. And that one had like the wave came earlier compared to the model, the USGS sleep distribution. And then the next one, like in the one in the middle, it was relatively okay. But the one that was further to the southeast of it had not a delay, but I had an earlier arrival compared to the DART. And the first thing that we thought is like, oh, maybe there's something wrong with the DART stations, similar to what we were we were seeing in the presentation before, like there's a shift in the darts. So we had that shift done. And then that was the first problem that we had to be able to compare the simulations that we had. And then, but definitely SWOT was able to help us to do just visually, like with the numerical model, we could see that it was not arriving at those times in few locations, even further downstream. But then what Diego did is Diego did his inversion that is like Gaussian inversion based on the dart gauges only. And he managed to fix that, like together, he made a hybrid version of a combination between the USGS slip distribution that you can see most of the slip was close to the land. But the dart stations was able, the inversion with the darts was able to pull more of that slip distribution further away from the land. And few things to take into account is that basically there's no land around here. So some of the inversions that actually use some of the satellite interferometry or something, they will have nowhere to hold on them more material for the inversion. Then we went ahead with that new inversion that is the hybrid, and that's the green line that we are showing here. And we were able to actually fix the arrival times to the dart station, so we could move over, but we still had the problem with the dispersion, and we decided, are we really gonna go and do all the dispersion? I'm sorry for this part, but Diego called it like a nightmare, so it was very hard to work on that part, but Diego managed, like we were able to get that. And so here I'm going to explain how the dispersion at some point or to a relatively okay level was captured. So the first panel, the panel that says here B, is the SWOT track that we have. And basically what we have here is the dispersion that is observed by the satellite. On the second panel is only shallow water equations. We could see that in the north part, indeed, there are some dispersion that is generated by the bathymetry. So bathymetry does generate that, and then the shallow water equations can show that one, but nothing that is behind the main wave we can see in the shallow water equation part. So what we did for that one is like we actually did not reproduce the entire SWOT track, but we only reproduced half of the resolution of the SWOT track synthetically in GeoClow. Basically, we did put 60,000, maybe it was not the best way to do it, but we put 60,000 synthetic tide gauges along the SWOT track and then analyzed that and eventually recreated this one to have like on the same time. But on the last panel, you can actually see that adding dispersion or the boosting X part, you can actually start seeing some of the dispersion that is reproduces some of the dispersion that actually SWOT was able to see. Not all the dispersions was captured. And another important thing to notice is like then we start looking closer to the dispersion, like how important that is. So because SWOT has the possibility to have nadir, which is low resolution typical altimetry. On this sort of profile that I'm showing here, like it's a profile in the middle. So instead of being it's on time, but time is moving here in this direction, but this is wave height, but it's along the path of the satellite. And the other two lines, the sort of green and orange, those are on the SWOT track, on the SWOT part. So that one has better resolution than the nadir. So even the nadir and previous satellites will have not catch all that richness of dispersions that we can see. And we're going to take a little zoom here, just at this particular region, and we can see all these waves that sort of like go up and down. So all these high frequency that we have behind the tsunami, the main trailing wave, and those we would have not been able to see with satellite. And we are trying to understand both the frequency content of these type of waves, characterize it with the field that is around it, and trying to also look at these type of characteristics in the previous tsunami in Loyalty Islands as well, just to see if there's any information that we could say. And actually, as part of the SWOT team is looking into potential errors, but I don't think that there are potential errors on their processing of that part. And finally, I just wanted to do some. This is the final model that we had. So this is basically the SWOT track. This is with dispersion. You can see slightly some of the dispersive behavior is behind the wave. And what we did here is just, you can imagine that you take a line of synthetic tide gauges along the SWOT track, which is here, and you just take it as a tide gauges to a pile up of the evolution of the tsunami as it comes in. And it was actually like a very lucky place for the tsunami to happen to show that dispersion is not generated by bathymetry, because here I'm showing, for example, along that path, the red line, the bathymetry that we have in all these basins that is being propagated with dispersion does not really have any features that you could think that is generating a dispersion. However, on the northeast part, that the bathymetry is a lot more complex, yeah, there's a lot of dispersion that is being generated there. Finally, the trailing wave is here, and we can see some of these giggles or like dispersion that we have behind generated by the model, because adding that dispersion really makes that, but it's free of bathymetry artifacts, I think, and that's what we were putting on this as a remark part. And just very quick and to the summary, I think tsunamis are, we believe, are no longer solitary waves as we thought for many, many years. We need to figure out a way to fix this part. It's a boat, as we show in the, as it's been shown in the Loyalty Islands, small amplitude and large amplitude, they actually have some trailing dispersive like waves structures behind. And all this basically is thanks to GeoClaw. So we have now a tool that actually make this thing to happen. The good news is that we have more work to do, and it's probably important for forecasting. And one of the main things will be to estimate how much more potential energy is coming on these waves that are coming behind that. And also, finally, I want to thank the team. I think it was a very fortunate team. We had oceanographers, seismologists, and remote sensing experts all together engaging on this paper, and we were able to come up with what we believe is a nice story. And without that, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open for questions or discussions later. Sorry, I went a little bit over time.
All right. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Why don't, Carlos, do you want to share your screen? And then while he's doing that, I know there was a question in the chat from Jay, if you want to answer that, or Jay, if you're able to just ask it. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, great.
There we go.
I really love that. I was just wondering if you had an idea about how much time is represented by the SWAT track in that Kamchatka figure.
Yeah, so we did I didn't put it back into this one, but we did a back of the envelope. What will be the frequency of those waves? And they were way lower than 1 minute, but I still have to do the computation again for that. And we were thinking that maybe it's worth to recover from the DART gauges when they come back, look at more careful at the raw data for those cases. But we don't really know I really don't know how to retrieve that data or how to put myself in contact with the personnel that takes care of that. But definitely with DART gauges that we typically, I think, what is that, like 10 minutes we used to filter or something like that. If that signal is there, we are killing the signal there. But maybe it's worth to take a look at, and even like all other DART stations that exist, all data for large events, that will be very worth to. Very nice project for a student or someone else.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Recording in progress.
We have plenty of time after this to break out and stuff like that, and also later in the day too. So thank you. Next up is Carlos Munoz Moncayo, and who's at KAUST, and is going to continue our discussion on dispersion, but in a different way, of a different color, so to speak. Take it away, Carlos.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to give this talk. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So this is joint work with Professor David Ketcheson, who is my advisor at KAUST. First of all, I would like to thank three people that you all know surely, Professor Marsha Berger, Randall Lebeck, and Kyle Manley, for the very valuable feedback they have given us during the development of this work. Allow me to start with a bit of an introduction on this type of equations. So we know that under reasonable assumptions, the surface water gravity waves are described by the Euler equations. Ideally, we will use this set of equations to model tsunamis, but the boundary is moving with the flow.
So to develop larger scale solvers for this set of equations that are also robust and efficient is just not feasible at the moment. That is why we use simpler models. We get simpler models commonly through the shallow water assumption, which is assuming that the characteristic length of the waves is much larger than the characteristic depth of the water. With this assumption, we get a whole slew of approximations of the Euler equations. In particular, we are interested in three of these models. The Saint-Venant or shallow water equations, Sergeri-Nagdi or SGN, and a mile bottom approximation of SGN. Of course, of these three models, SGN is the most general one. Under certain assumptions, we can recover shallow water equations or its mile bottom approximation. But why would we want to model these more complicated systems? We have already seen very, very good motivations to do so in the previous talks. And the key idea is dispersion. If we see the phase velocity of all of these models in the long wave limit, as you can see in the top right plot, all of the models coincide. But as we slowly depart from that long wave limit into higher frequency modes, shallow water equations are no longer such a good approximation of Euler equations. This can be more clearly seen if we take, for instance, a radial hump on the surface elevation here at the corner of the domain, and we evolve the system. Here, the depth of the water is very large with respect to the surface elevation, so the behavior of the solution is linear. And you can see that there's a striking difference between SGN and the shallow water equations. And this is a good moment to tell you what my talk is about, which is about a hyperbolic approximation of SGN. The idea behind this project is to have a geoclaw implementation of a model that we interpret as being a middle ground between the shallow water equations and SGN in terms of computational cost and resolution of dispersive properties. In this work, we consider two hyperbolic approximations, one which is an approximation of SGN in the top, and one which is a hyperbolic approximation of mile bottom SGN. The advantage of having this type of models is that being first order, there is hope that we can develop explicit schemes for these equations. And we don't have to worry about, for instance, solving a large coplinear system of equations at each time step with AMR. The key idea behind these hyperbolic approximations is the hyperbolic relaxation parameter. This parameter C squared goes to infinity. At least formally, we recover the original set of equations. You can see this by dividing this by C squared and letting it go to infinity. We recover the original set of equations. In the mile bottom case, you can see that there's this constraint in the original equations that doesn't have any time evolution. In the hyperbolic case, all of the variables are evolving. So we need C squared to go to infinity, but at the same time, the flux Jacobian, the eigenvalues of the flux Jacobian of the hyperbolic system depend on this parameter C squared. So if we want an explicit discretization, the CFL condition is going to force us to take a lot of small time steps. So how large does this relaxation parameter have to be? It turns out that, at least from a linear perspective, it does not have to be that large. Here you can see that if we take a very moderate value of C squared, not close to infinity by any means, we get a very good approximation of the dispersion relation of the Euler equations. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to parameterize this parameter by alpha. Whenever I say alpha is equals to 5, I'm roughly saying that I'm going to, for every step that I will take with the shallow water equations, I'm going to take 5 steps with this hyperbolic system. Okay. Like SGN, these hyperbolic dispersive systems do not have any mechanism to dissipate energy, like turbulence or shocks, like in the shallow water equations. So we need to enforce this artificially. We do it in a similar fashion as Professor Berger mentioned, transitioning to the shallow water equations. These systems allow us to do it in a very natural way we just turn off the dispersive terms. Here, P is the non-hydrostatic pressure, W is the depth average vertical velocity. So if we turn these terms to 0, we recover shallow water equations. And among other things, we can use the shallow water Riemann solver in GeoClaw, which has survived the test of time. This is not the only way to introduce dissipation of energy. There are these different approaches like artificial viscosity. So how to turn off these terms? We have explored several ways. For instance, a nonlinearity-based triggering. Whenever the steepness of a wave exceeds certain threshold, we switch to shallow water equations to introduce wave breaking. The one that we use most of the time is just transitioning to shallow water equations where the depth of the water is small enough. Again, there are different wave breaking triggering criteria in the literature, very complicated ones, and there is no, to the best of my understanding, general agreement on which one is the best. Regarding discretization, allow me to just say that we can write the system in this form. It has, both of the systems can be written in this form, where we have a hyperbolic part and a source term. The source term doesn't have any differential operators, it's algebraic and local. So we proceed with operator splitting. For the source term, we have the advantage that it becomes linear in the primitive variables. So we go to primitive variables, solve this ODE at each cell, and then we go back to conservative variables. This exponential of this small matrix works only for simple scenarios like wave tank tests. For real world problems, we use something more robust. We use an stable second order implicit integrator. For the algebraic, for the hyperbolic part, we use a row type normal Riemann solver based on F waves. And for the transverse Riemann solver, we use the full eigenstructure of the systems that we already have available in explicit form. So how does the solver behaves in 1D? We can start with solitary waves over a flat bottom, for which to compute the initial profile here, we just solve this ODE system to very high accuracy. We use Runge-Kutta further 8 in this case, and we get at the desired rate of convergence. Even though we're using Godunov splitting here, we're getting second order of convergence. We also validate with non-trivial topographies. We were able to compute this quasi-exact steady-state solution for mile bottom HSN, which holds for finite values of the relaxation parameter. And you can see that we're preserving pretty well the steady state, even though the solver is not designed to capture every type of steady state. It is only exactly well balanced for the ocean at rest, which seems to be enough. We also validated HSN. Here we can do something a bit more interesting. We compare with an exact steady-state solution to SGN. Of course, for this, we have to, since the steady-state solution corresponds to the original system, we have to take a very large relaxation parameter. And since I mentioned that we also have additional variables with this system, with these hyperbolic systems, we need to initialize those properly. We use something that we refer to as well-prepared initial data, which means that we define those additional variables here in the green box as the value they will take in the relaxed limit when C squared is already infinity. This is also a good example to show you the effect of the mile bottom assumption. You can see here that mile bottom HSN is not able to capture this steady state, which might not be so surprising, but this is actually an outlier. In most of the tests we have tried, both of these systems perform almost the same, even with very complicated topographies. As you will see in a moment. This is a dam break problem proposed by Suarez Frazao and Sec, where of course instead of the Riemann solution that we will get in the shallow water equations where we have a rarefaction and a shock, we have a dispersive shock wave that is propagating. We do this for different fruit numbers, and here's the comparison with experimental data. You can see that there is very good agreement with data. I'm plotting SGN also in a magenta line. We move to Sinolakis wave tank experiment. This is a soliton propagating over a simple slope. We use this test to compare the effect of different transitions to shallow water equations. The light green line indicates for the light green line, we're transitioning dynamically using the nonlinearity criterion that I mentioned. And for the orange one, we're just transitioning in shallow water. And here you can see that the nonlinearity criterion is very aggressive. It's switching to shallow water when it shouldn't. But for this particular problem, the eventual run-up does not seem to be that sensitive to the wave breaking criterion, which might not be the case for for closer to real world scenarios. Another 1D verification test. This is a large wave flume experiment which tries to mimic the interaction of a soliton with the continental shelf. At the bottom, at the right, you have a box with a zoom-in solution. And we can see that there is some dispersion that we want to resolve for this problem. And here's the solution, different gauges, a comparison with experimental data. Again, the hyperbolic SGN is on top of SGN, and both of them agree pretty well with the soliton fission, except for the bottom right plot, where we can see that we should have introduced some dissipation, some transition to shallow water equations dynamically. Let's move to 2D. We start with a quasi 1D problem. This is just the interaction of two solitons across the diagonal. This is just to validate the AMR implementation. I'm using 5 levels of AMR here with refinement ratio of 2 between levels. And we can see that the resolution is pretty good. At the right, you have a comparison with a 1D solution of SGN across the diagonal. And even though the 2D solution is fairly coarse with respect to SGN, they agree very well. We also compare with a radial hump on a flat topography. For this, we compare with a 1D solution across the main diagonal. Of course, for the 1D solution, we need a forcing source term that accounts for the dimension that we are stripping. And we get, again, good agreement. So we can trust in our 2D implementation. You might have noticed something here at the bottom plot. There is some very fast, small amplitude wave train that is traveling faster than the physical wave train. And we can explain this artificial wave train again through the dispersion relation. These hyperbolic models having more equations than the original equations, that the original sets of equations have artificial phase velocities. So here in orange, you have the phase velocity that corresponds that will converge to Euler in the relaxation limit. And in violet, you have an artificial phase velocity. As the relaxation parameter increases, this phase velocity grows and grows. So the larger the relaxation parameter, the faster these parasitic modes are pushed out of the domain. The way to get rid of them is just to prepare well our initial data such that no parts of the spectrum correspond to this parasitic phase velocity, which is a non-trivial task. Now let me move to some tests on map grids. A nice advantage of having a first-order system, dispersive system, is that we can easily use map grids, taking into account taking the metric terms into account as in AMR claw. Actually, what I'm going to show you is implemented in AMR claw, but for a flat topography, it's close enough to geoclaw. So let me start with a soliton propagating through a branching channel. The soliton comes through section A and splits into B and C. We consider different angles, and the advantage of having a map grid is that we can have inclusions that are aligned with the grid lines. we tried this 90 degrees one could have been done without a map grid, but still. And this is one with 135 degrees. This is the solution at different gauges. The top row is at the main section, is not so interesting. The bottom row is a stance we kind of behaves almost like a soliton, which is almost 1D behavior. And that destroy the structure of this transmitted wave. This has been seen in the literature for weakly nonlinear models, and I'm not sure if this has been done for a fully nonlinear model like we are doing now for the boundaries of the cylinder are perfectly aligned with the grid again. And we compare the solution at different gauges. We use 3 levels of refinement for this test. And here is the solution at different gauges with the shallow water equations in blue for comparison. And you can see that HSDN is approximating fairly well the data at the gauges, where the shallow water equations, of course, are breaking and missing at least the initial peak. Now let me move to some verification tests with closer to real-world experiments. These setups have been kindly shared with us by Professors Berger and Lebeck. Let me start first with the Japan 2011 earthquake tsunami. The color plot above is using the UCSB source. And I'm plotting mile bottom HSN, SN, and the shallow water equations. And you can see that as the solution evolves, mile bottom HSN and SN are both capturing this dispersive behavior close to the transect that the shallow water equations are missing. And in the bottom plot, you have the solution across this transect, and you can see that both hyperbolic models are just on top of SN. The mismatch is very small, even though the topography here is fairly complex. And here we also have the solutions at the 2 gauges I'm plotting here. And again, both hyperbolic approximations are on top of SGN. For all of these tests, I have used a fixed relaxation parameter of alpha equals 3. So we are taking, again, 3 time steps per shallow water step. And I think it's remarkable that using such a small relaxation parameter that should be infinity, we get such a close approximation to SGN. And allow me to conclude with a hypothetical asteroid impact. Again, we compare mile bottom HSN, SDN, and the shallow water equations. After the first time frame, we can see some interesting behavior around the initial condition. Again, these parasitic waves leaving the domain. And this is because for the additional non-hydrostatic variables for this problem, we are initializing those as 0. So the initial data for the hyperbolic model here is not well prepared. Despite that, we can see that the hyperbolic model is resolving the dispersive effects pretty well. Matches pretty well the behavior of SDN in contrast with the shallow water equations. Here you can see the solution evolve. And something to mention here is that I'm using a very thin sponge layer for the hyperbolic model, which does not like constant extrapolation at boundaries. That's something to have into account. And here you have a close-up near Westport with a transect at the right. And you can see that the hyperbolic models, again, at least for the leading wave, match pretty close as SGN. But for this particular example, the trailing waves for the hyperbolic models are close to each other, but not that close to SGN. Still, I will say that both of them are closer to SGN than shallow water equations. But we are investigating the reason for this mismatch, because it happens in particular for this example. And so far, we believe it is related to the fact that we are not initializing we are not preparing well the initial data. It didn't matter much for the other tests because though in those the initial data was hydrostatic, but in this particular case, the initial data is highly dynamic, is moving very fast from the very first frame. Finally, here's a computational cost comparison, a preliminary one. I'm considering the three different scenarios, a radial solution over a flat topography, the Tohoku tsunami, and the hypothetical asteroid tsunami. And I'm writing down here the relative cost with respect to the shallow water equations. And you can see that mile bottom HSGN is a pretty nice, pretty attractive alternative to other models. This is run on 8 cores on a single node. But you might be wondering something. All of this time I've been telling you for each shallow water step, with the hyperbolic models I'm taking 3 steps. So really I should just be paying 3 times the price. And there are several reasons for this mismatch. The first account, so we just writing in this data already implies some cost. Without mentioning the Riemann solver and so on. Something that is even more important is the fact that dispersion requires refinement in bigger portions of the domain. So for instance, in this plot, you can see that for the shallow water equations, we could just refine around the leading wave, whereas for the dispersive model, we just need to refine almost everywhere. If we want to capture dispersion. So there's a portion of the computational cost that is just unavoidable. And one remark that I think is very important here is that this is not an efficiency comparison. This is just a computational cost comparison. Since we're taking more time steps than the ones we will take, for instance, with shallow water equations or SGN, numerical diffusion accumulates faster. So with the same refinement, with the same grid, we have a slightly worse resolution with these hyperbolic models than the one we will get for SGN, for instance. So proper efficiency will require a different type of study. As a conclusion, the hyperbolic approximation of dispersive waterway models seem like an interesting alternative, especially with AMR, because we can naturally use AMR with subcycling and whatnot and map grids without worrying too much about these high order terms and mixed derivatives. Something that I didn't mention in this talk is improving the dispersion relation. This is something that we are interested in. We have not seen much work of this regarding hyperbolic dispersive models. And we're using this type of techniques for other systems. For instance, nonlinear Schrodinger in 2 and 3 dimensions, and the results look promising. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Carlos. We have a little bit of time before we set
Recording
up
stopped.
the breakout rooms. So does anybody have any immediate questions for Carlos before we do so? Marshall, did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do. I just was looking for the raise hand. Yeah. I missed what you said about the initial conditions being prepared, and it did. And what's the cost of that? And could you just sort of say a little bit more
Yes,
about that?
allow me please to share the screen again. I think this is a screen. This is screen 1. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to the equations. So here is the dispersive system. At the right, you have SGN. It's written in this form where you have the 2 equations with time evolution and 2 differential constraints for P and Q. And at the right, the hyperbolic approximation, you have the equations for momentum, for conservation of mass and momentum first, but then you have all these 4 equations with time evolution. And for all of these equations, you need initial data. So you have to prepare that initial data in a consistent way. For instance, we in a lot of tests we get away with just initializing W, sigma, P, and PV as 0, and the system itself excites the solution in the correct direction. But that is not always the case. For instance, in this hypothetical asteroid impact, that is not the case at all. Eventually, the solution seems to follow the right path, but we need to do something with those variables, and we're trying to figure out what. For some of them, there's a clear way. For some of them, there's a clear way. For instance, for mile bottom HSDN, for the bottom one, there's always a clear way to prepare well the variable P. Sorry, the variable W. But for the variable P, is not so clear. We have been thinking about how to do it, and perhaps we need to do some fixed point iterations just at the initial condition, some kind of linear sorts at the initial condition.
Do those fast waves become a problem if they, I don't know, hit a mesh refined interface? I assume they're too high frequency to actually matter when it comes to inundation.
That might, for inundation, I'm not really sure, but in general, what has been my experience with these parasitic waves is that, let me show you one where we have a parasitic waves. Oh, this one. Parasitic waves, these parasitic waves travel very fast, but have very small amplitude. So with a correct flagging criterion, they don't even trigger refinement. So as soon as they reach a coarse grid, they get diffused. When I think the part where I think this matters most is on how the part of the solution you care about changes. I think that these small amplitude fast traveling waves are not as problematic as having the right solution for the part you worry about, for the large amplitude part.
Well, I just want to say you've really come a long way since the last time I saw your results. Very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, just a comment that the arrival time will be also very early, so it will be easy to recognize those in the codes in case they are making you a trouble. So it would be easy to isolate them from the model. So in a practical ways, may not be an issue. Yeah.
Yes, that is true. That's true. I have not really seen this appearing at the coast, but it will be interesting to set up an example where this is visible.
Yeah, a small bay, for example. You can
Yes.
challenge that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have a question about breakout rooms. I think we want one on dispersive things, but there also seems to be interest in the SWOT observations. So I was going to ask Angel, do you want a separate breakout room for that, or did you really want to go to the dispersive room?
Yeah, I think I would like to hear more for the dispersive too, but I think maybe we could do a full just.
Yeah, okay, I'll make one and you can go in there, and when people are done with that discussion, you can move on to the dispersive one. I think I'll also make a Sphinx room just in case there's some people who really want to keep talking about that now. We can do those again later. Is there? We'll do another one later, Marcia, don't worry. But there may be people who are just anxious to keep that discussion going right now. So any other breakout rooms we should start at this point? Okay, and again, I'll stay in the main room at least to start with, and if people want to hang out there, talk about other things, you're welcome to, or ask us if you'd like some additional rooms created. And again, you should be able to, if you don't see it pop up, go down to the More menu, look for breakout rooms, and you should be able to join the one you want to. Yeah, those of you who are still here, is there anything in particular people are interested in talking about? People may be up if you have any questions about anything. I think I might drop into the dispersive room, but I have another laptop here that's comes up as RJL backup. So if you're in the main room and you want to get my attention, you could message me there if I disappear from the list of participants, unless there's anything you want to bring up first. Hey, everybody. I think I'm going to close the breakout rooms now and bring people back in about a minute or so. So how did those breakout sessions go? Any comments to bring back to the group? So Marcia, in the dispersive room, we were talking with Dave George about whether we should really be using a hyperbolic formulation when we try to couple with dclaw rather than SGN, which has maybe other complications but would avoid the implicit solves. And,
Well, I snuck away for lunch. So you'll have to tell me, how robust is it? Is it as, robust? I know in the beginning there were some issues. So now what's the state, Carlos? How robust is it now?
We have to do something to improve robustness at the level of the Riemann solver. In particular, the Riemann solver is exactly well balanced for the ocean at rest. But when you have very coarse grids and very large jumps in the bathymetry, that's something I also wanted to ask you. So the solver for the shallow water equations should also be exactly well balanced for the ocean at rest, right? But when I do some tests, it seems like it oscillates like a random walk, but not quite close to machine precision. It's closer like to something like 10 to the minus 10. And those perturbations seem to excite this stiff source term of the hyperbolic model when the grids are very coarse and there are very large jumps in the bathymetry. So something we do is that we ignore the components that get excited for very coarse grids and just take them into account for finer grids.
Let's discuss that. Some issues with the well balancing and which Riemann solver, but since we have to start now, let's make sure to put that on the list. Maybe we can
Recording in progress.
Okay, because I'm the moderator of the next session, and it's starting in like 20 seconds. So, Carlos, you'll remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, now we have something different in the next set of 3 talks, and Taikuya. Yours.
Yes.
Okay. Next, we're going to hear from Taikuya Miyashita. Are you still visiting, or are you back in Kyoto now?
I'm still visiting that my visiting we end the end of this month. I'm leaving.
Okay. Well, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Takuya Miyashita. I am affiliated with Kyoto University in Japan, and I am currently visiting researcher at PME on the sequels at the University of Washington. Today, I will introduce the geocro developments I have been working on, and as title suggests, this mainly focuses on extensions for meteor tsunami simulations. So let me first give an overview of today's talk. The animation of the right shows the simulation of the meteor tsunami generated by the 2022 Tonga volcanic eruption. Unlike the earthquakes generated tsunamis where the seafloor displacement is given. Medial tsunami simulation use atmospheric pressure at the sea surface. Then horizontal pressure gradient acts as a driving force of the waves. In this sense, the formulation is similar to storm surge modeling. So we extend the existing storm surge modules in GeoGlow to simulate medial tsunamis. So first, using the Tonga event as an example, I will explain a case where the atmospheric pressure fields are provided as netcdf files. And this approach allows us to directly use atmospheric fields computed by meteorological or climate models in GeoGlow. Next, I will introduce an alternative approach where the atmospheric pressure field is defined directly within the source code instead of using external files. If we assume a pressure disturbance described by a simple set of parameters, we can incorporate it into the model by modifying the Fortran source code. But because of this approach has been implemented recently, so I will show a few test cases and then discuss possible direction for future improvements. Before going into the details of the implementation, let me explain the motivation behind this work. The 2022 Tonga medial tsunami was a very intriguing event. At Amami in the Ryukyu Islands in southwestern Japan, maximum tsunami amplitude of about 1 meter was observed, like here. However, reproducing this large amplitude was very difficult. Even when we increased the coastal resolution to properly capture the bay resonance, the result did not improve significantly. And this suggests that there may be some amplification mechanism offshore. What is particularly interesting is that the amplitude recorded at two nearby dart stations were only about 3 centimeters. The upper two plots show the detailed tsunami amplitude observed at these data stations. The black line in the lower plot shows the waveform observed at Amami. So in other words, the wave was amplified from about 3 centimeters offshore to about 1 meter at the coast, over a distance of a few hundred kilometers. To investigate this amplification mechanism, we decided to simulate medial tsunamis using GeoGlow. So based on this motivation, the objectives of today's talk are as follows. First, I introduce our modification to GeoGlow for medial tsunami simulations and briefly present some of results we have obtained. And then next, I will introduce an approach for incorporating parameterized atmospheric pressure fields directly within the source code. And then finally, I will talk about the research we plan to pursue after this development. Now, let me explain how we simulate medial tsunamis by reading atmospheric pressure data from netcdf files. In the latest version of GeoGlow, I understand that some functionality for storm surge simulations using netcdf input has already been implemented. But we started developing our own approach several years ago. So please note that what I will show here is our implementation. As I mentioned earlier, this approach is based on modifying the storm surge modules. So relevant source files are located in the search directly under the geolib directory. In particular, we modify data storm module.f90 and storm module f90. in the makefile of the simulation directory, we first exclude the original versions of these files from compilation. Then we copy and modify these files locally and include them by specifying their paths in the modules variable. In the data store module .f90, we implement how to read NetCDF data. Because this requires a NetCDF Fortran, we use the nfconfig command in a makefile to properly link the required libraries. Then let me briefly introduce the main findings obtained using this model. And as a result, we were able to reproduce the approximately 100 centimeter amplitude observed at Amami Station using only a relatively weak atmospheric pressure disturbance of about 2 hectopascal. This indicates that the accurate representation of fine-scale bathymetric features such as offshore ridges is crucial for this amplification. We also found that if the offshore resolution is not sufficiently high, this amplification cannot be reproduced. This is a key difference from typical earthquake tsunami simulations. For seismic tsunamis, relatively close resolution in deep water on the order of several thousand meters does not significantly affect the overall accuracy. Then here, I would like to discuss the main challenges of this approach. And first, when using external atmospheric data, high resolution input files are required, which leads to very large data sizes. In the Tonga case, we use the data with 1 minute temporal resolution and about 6 arc-minute spatial resolution. As a result, for only about 14 to 16 or 70 hours of simulation, the atmospheric data alone amounted of several tens of gigabytes. And another issue is temporal resolution. If the input time interval is not sufficiently small, temporal interpolation tends to smooth the pressure field. In particular, when the pressure disturbance moves rapidly, the peak pressure may not be captured between 2 input time steps. This can lead to an underestimation of tsunami amplitude. And these are also challenges in coupling with meteorological models. For example, atmospheric models often use different map projections, so pre-processing is still required before the data can be used in GeoCloud. In addition, atmospheric models are typically fully 3-dimensional, including a vertical structure, and therefore much more computationally expensive than tsunami simulations. Because of this, real-time prediction using coupled model is still difficult at present. So now let's move on to the next approach. As I mentioned earlier, using external input files can lead to very large data sizes. If the pressure field can be described using a simple parameterized function, it is often more efficient to implement it directly within the source code. So in this work, we take this approach to introduce parameter is model store module.f90. Unlike the data store module.f90, which handles external input, and models store module.f90 contains the implementation of analytical models for atmospheric pressure and wind fields typically used for hurricanes and tropical cyclones. Each storm model is identified by a different number of variable storm specification type. And because the values from 1 to 9 are already assigned to existing storm models, we introduced a new type, storm specification type equal 10. In this new option, we implement a moving atmospheric pressure disturbance. And as a first step, we assume a simple sinusoidal pressure wave that propagates at a constant speed. We then apply this model to an idealized test case. Here, we consider a bathymetry consisting of a uniform slope between two regions of constant depths. A pressure disturbance propagates from the shallow region toward the deeper region, generating waves along the way. The left panel shows the sea surface elevation, and the right panel shows the prescribed moving pressure disturbance. And as you can see, the wave is trapped and amplified along the slope. Then, although the pressure amplitude is only about 4 hectopascal, the resulting wave height exceeds 30 centimeters. And as you can see, this trapping and amplification depend not only on the amplitude of the pressure disturbance, but also on its propagation speed and direction. Therefore, it is important to investigate the conditions under which this amplification occurs, both theoretically and numerically. Then here's another example. This is a simulation using realistic bathymetry of the west coast of Kyushu in southwestern Japan. Along the Kyushu coast, meteor tsunamis of about 30 to 50 centimeter occur several times a year, and occasionally it exceeds 1 meter. And to the west, the East China Sea forms a continental shelf shallower than about 200 meters. While closer to Kyushu, there is a deeper region of around 2,000 meters known as the Ryukyu Trough. So note that the Ryukyu Trench is around here and the Ryukyu Trough is around here. So the overall structure is quite similar to the idealized case I showed in the last slide. From the figure, we can see that the waves are again trapped and amplified along the specific depth contour. In particular, the amplification occurs when the moving pressure disturbance constructively interacts with the trapped wave propagating along the slope. This leads to the formation of a forced wave that enhances the overall amplitude. To better understand these processes, we aim to quantitatively evaluate the conditions under which amplification occurs and ultimately apply this knowledge to area prediction and hazard assessment. So I'm running late, but I have to wrap up. But now let me briefly discuss the theoretical background. This example I have shown so far can be approximated by the bathymeter like the one shown in this figure. Here, I focus on freeways independent of moving pressure disturbance. We divide the domain into 3 regions, 2 regions of uniform depths and a sloping region in between. For each region, we consider the general solution. We assume a unit amplitude incident wave and represent the other wave components using complex coefficients A, B, C, and D. Then using boundary condition, we can then determine the coefficients. By applying the boundary conditions, we can determine the coefficients as shown on this slide. Then the visualization of these solutions is shown on the right-hand side. From this, we can see that trapping characteristics depend on the direction of wave propagation. And, however, this results corresponds to free waves and periodic waves. However, the dominant direction of wave trapping not expected to differ significantly from forced wave case. In this way, by combining insights from numerical experiments and theoretical analysis, we aim to better understand the trapping and amplification mechanism of meteor tsunamis over this type of bathymetry. And that's all. I'm running late, so that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Recording stopped.
Okay, thank you. Well, any quick question before we move on, since we're running a little bit late? While, unless somebody that I see raises their hand, I just want to add that when I've done airburst simulations, asteroid airburst simulations with a pressure forcing field, you can't, like you said, to get the full energy in a given cell, you have to either take very small time steps or integrate the total energy over more than your single cell, so that that a cell sees it. You can't just do a pointwise evaluation. So I have similar issues that you see in the meteor tsunami.
Yeah.
If there are other questions, maybe when we're done, but we have to introduce the next speaker now. So Jay Patton.
Hi.
Where are you? There you are. Okay. And you're in California. Am I getting that right?
Yes. Yeah. Share my screen. And we're good to go. Okay, great. Thanks for having us here to present the results from this
Recording
novel.
in progress.
Wait, I don't see it yet. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Thanks. I'd like to thank you for having us here to present the results from this novel study. I express gratitude for my collaborators, for which this project would not have been remotely possible. The subtitle of this project name can only be the A-Team. So please email me if you want the slide deck, as there are too many details to discuss completely. Geoclaw and sea level rise. So Geoclaw uses a single line to incorporate sea level rise into the modeling. And we applied a suite of average return period tsunami at 4 sea level states, 0, 1/2, 1, and 2 meters. And we did this for 6 average return periods. And we applied these 24 models at 7 locations for 168 tsunami model runs. We'd initially planned on using Geoclaw for our tsunami modeling, and I wrote the code for all of these models, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we used Pat Lynette's Solaris tool. The Solaris tool addresses sea level rise in the same manner, a static change in initial water levels using the same topobathy data. So I thought it'd be useful just to walk us through the project, even though we didn't end up using Geoclaw. I updated the slide deck this morning. Since AMR ratios were discussed earlier, I threw in the slide to show what ratios we were going to use with our Geoclaw model. So we conducted a series of analyses to evaluate the influence of sea level rise on tsunami hazards in California. We did this for 7 regions shown on the map. First, we conducted tsunami modeling for a range of return periods and sea level states. We use the output from these models as input for the following tasks. We conducted risk and vulnerability assessments to estimate the change and risk to people along the coast, and we included an analysis of culturally important structures. We applied tsunami engineering, coastal erosion, and sediment transport analyses to estimate how much the shape of the seafloor will change and how much damage might be inflicted upon maritime infrastructure. We calculated the tsunami design loads on hypothetical structures as outlined by the American Society of Civil Engineers and adopted into the California Building Code. And then we also performed structural reliability analyses in these locations using wood frame structures. And let's go through these tasks and take a look at some of the results. So hold on to your hats, everyone. For task 3, we conducted tsunami modeling for the 100, 200, 475, 975, 2475, and 3,000 year average return periods, or ARPs. And to avoid being tied to any particular sea level rise projection or forecast, which seem to change on an hourly basis, we adopted to use a range of sea level states to bracket our results. And I mentioned those sea level states. For most of this presentation, we'll include examples from Crescent City, but each region has a different landscape that affects how tsunamis may inundate those landscapes. So here's from Crescent City, California. This map shows tsunami inundation as filled polygons. Lighter blue represents the 0 meter and darker blue represents the 2 meter sea level states. From upper left to lower right, we have increasing average return periods. The key table is the lower one that shows the increase in onshore inundation area as a percentage. Obviously, there's too much information to consume on this slide. And then we also showed how inundation extent compares to population density in all of our locations. This is in Crescent City that has a lower population density compared to other regions like Alameda, Santa Cruz, and San Diego. There are a few places, so this is Humboldt Bay. In Northern California, there are a few places where the sea level state significantly increases tsunami inundation area. This may be because the 0 meter sea level state already inundates the low-lying, low-relief areas around the bay, and the onshore boundary of tsunami inundation is controlled by elevation increases. For example, the northwestern part of Eureka is bordered by an ancient sea cliff, and the coastal stream valleys are bound by similarly steep cliffs. These cliffs prevent inland penetration of tsunami waves. Just like in Eureka, this is in Alameda, the east part of San Francisco Bay. Just like in Eureka, where there is a sea cliff along the boundary of Humboldt Bay that controls tsunami inundation for all ARPs, there appears to be a similar elevation topographic boundary in the Richmond area. Note the northwest trending boundary of a tsunami inundation along the southwestern part of Richmond, and there's also a north-south trending boundary of tsunami inundation just north of the eastern part of Richmond Yard. This is in Half Moon Bay or Pillar Point, just south of San Francisco. For all ARPs, sea level state has a modest control for tsunami inundation area. This may be partly due to the presence of an ancient sea cliff along the coast east of Pillar Point Harbor and Half Moon Bay. The low relief of the coastal plain where the Half Moon Bay Airport is located may contribute to the significant tsunami inundation here. This area is one of the few places that were inundated by the 1946 tsunami sourced from the Alaska Aleutian subduction zone. Here we're in Santa Cruz, just further south. The sea level state controls for tsunami inundation extent are limited in the Santa Cruz, likely due to the sea cliffs along the coast of most of Santa Cruz, except for places along river and coastal stream valleys. These river and stream valleys are the places where the sea level state influence is most notable, such as along the lower San Lorenzo River in the western part of the map. Here, now we're in Southern California in Ventura. As for Santa Cruz, there's an ancient sea cliff along the trend of the highway along southern Ventura. The 475, 975, and 2475 ARP 2 meter sea level rise state tsunami models all terminate at the sea cliff. Also, like in Santa Cruz, the Ventura River Valley in the western part of the map is a place where the sea cliff has been eroded, so that does not serve as a barrier for tsunami inundation there. Here we are in Los Angeles, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach in Southern California. The northern part of the region shown here shows tsunami inundation controlled by the natural topography that has low relief, increasing in elevation with distance from the coastline. The southern part of the region shows tsunami inundation controlled by anthropogenically modified topography. The piers serve as barriers to tsunami inundation, but once the pier elevation is exceeded by tsunami size or sea level state, the pier is easily inundated. And then the last place in San Diego, Southern California, the topography in the region of San Diego is similar to that of the Richmond and Alameda area. There are regions of higher topography, like east and west of the border areas of low relief topography, like the airport and the region between the Naval Air Station, North Island, and Coronado. There's also an ancient sea cliff along the southwestern part of San Diego. The 2-meter sea level state tsunami models take advantage of these low-lying areas and are impeded by the sea cliffs in areas of higher topography. For Task 4, we conducted risk and vulnerability assessments. And it was really exciting that our partners at NIAM IT, who are FEMA contractors, developed an open source software called Sphere to run the tsunami risk analysis HAZUS outside of Esri, where each run took only a few seconds. For now, casualty analysis still needs to be done within ArcGIS Pro, but they're working on that. They helped to conduct both loss and casualty estimates. And we also ran vulnerability assessments using Esri Business Analyst. And finally, we evaluated the changes in tsunami flow depth for culturally important structures. These 6 plots show the standard HAZUS losses in US dollars for all ARPs in sea level states, and this is for Crescent City. And I'm just showing these plots just to show you, what we did. There's not really time to consume them completely. These plots show total casualties versus sea level state for the Crescent City area. Day is plotted as lighter blue and night is plotted as darker blue, and preparedness level controls the outcomes. Oops, sorry. There are more casualties at night and fewer casualties for those that are good prepared. Tabular summaries of our assessment of demographic and socioeconomic characteristics for at-risk populations include breakdowns of key vulnerability factors such as age distribution, economic indicators, transportation and disability-related access issues, language barriers, and business and employment impacts. This plot illustrates how total exposure changes as sea level rises for the resident population on the left and the daytime population on the right. The Del Norte County Built Environment Resource Directory database managed by the State Office of Historic Preservation includes 54 structures that are located within the footprints of all tsunami models here. The mean and standard deviation of the flow depths for all structures are plotted at the right, sorted by return period top to bottom. There's very little impact to these structures from the 100 and 475-year models. The mean flow depths for the 975-year ARP is low, but exceeds 2 meters for the 2-meter sea level state, and the mean flow depths for 2475 model mostly exceeds 2 meters. For Task 5, we applied sediment transport models to estimate areas of deposition and erosion, and we also used current velocities to calculate current-driven damage in harbors. Here are the results of the sediment transport modeling at Crescent City for 4 return periods and sea level state from top left to bottom right. These maps show this common sedimentation and erosion patterns in the Crescent City harbor area. Within the harbor and boat basin, we see sedimentation in blue. Around the mouth of the harbor, erosion is shown in red. And these types of patterns are found at all locations statewide. In harbor improvement reports produced by the CGS and PatLiNet, we use fragility analysis at harbors and marinas to identify weak parts of existing maritime infrastructure. During this analysis, we apply force loads to maritime infrastructure based on the physical shape and size of docks and the condition of connecting devices like cleats and pile guides shown in these photos. Data from infrastructure surveys conducted at each marina serve as constraints for this analysis, and the condition of cleats and pile guides are key points of failures that we consider. This failure map for Crescent City Harbor shows the chance of cleat failure for the 2475 ARP for all sea level states. Higher damage is in red. Failure chance is highly non-uniform in space and does not change significantly with sea level rise. This is because damage is related to velocity, which does not change appreciably with sea level rise. There were a couple statewide results that we present, and this is one. This plot shows the statewide average failure chance on the vertical axis for cleats on the left and pile guides on the right. For increasing return period years at the top to 2475 years at the bottom. The black line represents the mean, and the red dashed lines represent the standard deviation. In most cases, the mean changes little or zero with sea level rise, particularly at the higher sea level states. Some sites have increased risk of damage at higher sea level, while other sites have decreased risk of damage. And this reinforces a finding from several of these analyses that site-specific analyses need to be conducted to evaluate the impact to maritime infrastructure. For task 6, we calculated ASCE tsunami design loads for hypothetical structures, and we conducted structural reliability analysis. And I'm going to skip through these. And so in summary, here are some of the highlights. Changes in tsunami hazard as influenced by sea level rise vary statewide. Even modest increments of sea level rise significantly escalate potential structure damage. At higher ARPs, total losses reach billions of dollars. Casualty totals significantly increase with longer ARPs. For example, in Humboldt County, daytime casualties more than doubled with sea levels rose from 0 to 2 meters for the 2475 model. River and stream channels and entrances to bays and harbors all show erosion, and channels within bays and harbors show sedimentation, which will be important for post-tsunami recovery. The change in failure chance at maritime facilities due to sea level rise is irregular and relatively minor. In some cases, sea level rise increases the average chance of failure for that structure. In other cases, it decreases. And lastly, in general, in an average sense, it is reasonable to expect that structural loads increase with increasing sea level. However, due to site-specific effects, such trends are not guaranteed. And using probabilistic structural reliability analysis of unreinforced wood frame buildings exposed to tsunami inundation along California coast, we show that tsunami depths escalate non-linearly with rising seas. So I'd like to thank you for having us here today. I'll stop sharing.
Thank
Recording
you.
stopped.
Okay, so we all have to move, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, any questions?
Ignacio.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay, for the presentation. So I have a question or something that everybody asks me all the time in the yacht clubs, especially in Chile. A lot of people was asking me about this thing. And it's what happens when you are sailing and what you do? You go to your docking site and try to then dock and then run away, or just go offshore?
So
we can see, as we can see in the moderate tsunami, the most important things are basically what happened with our port facilities, like the cleats and the pile guides, and that is what happened every time we have a moderate tsunami. All the damage is concentrated in what happened in the fishing ports or the yacht clubs in the city. So, but what happened in terms of operation? What do you think about that question?
So there are three situations. Are you at your dock, and in case, get out of the boat and go to high ground. If you are, and then the other easy decision is if you're offshore, and our advice is to go to offshore safe depths. And so we're generating offshore safe depth maps for people, and we already have some guidance about that, maritime guidance on how deep and where to go. But we're generating some new maps over the next year or so, and Oregon has maps like that, and maybe maybe Washington is maybe planning on doing something like that. Not yet. But the hard decision is if you are somewhere close to shore but not at the dock, and I don't have a really good answer for that, and not officially. So we stopped recording, right? So if I were in that situation, I would probably head out to sea, but just because things get much worse when when you get shallower and shallower water, and the current velocities get more complicated and stuff. I just presented, so the USGS is in the San Francisco Bay Area. They are close to the bay, but they're not in the hazard area. And during Kamchatka, everyone was concerned about whether or not they were in danger, and they weren't. So I presented some slides for them, and I looked at the current velocities, our probabilistic current velocities. And for larger return periods, even within the bay, it's not really safe to travel in a vessel through, even within the bay. And so it's just really complicated. So I don't really have a good answer, but that's what my advice would be.
So my experience, because I had to do some models for the people in Chile, and this was a yacht club, which is actually in an estuary. And they were asking me, we should try to go to the exit of the river. And it turns out that when you have a big earthquake, even next to the exit of the river is still too dangerous. You have to sail about 10 nautical miles to maybe try to be safe, and that is almost impossible.
Yeah.
So for a big earthquake, yeah, it's super difficult. For a small earthquake and a small tsunami, maybe you can arrive to the exit of the river, and then you will have sufficient depth so the tsunami hasn't been go through the shoreline process. But it's a super difficult question. I like to sail, and I always wonder what to do if you are in that gray area.
Okay, I see Randy has a question.
I saw Daniel raised his hand, so I was just going to point out that Daniel should say something.
Hi, Daniel.
Well, appreciate that, Randy. Jay, you mentioned that there was some site-specific differences in terms of the sea level response. In some places it rised, and in some places it fell. We've observed similar sort of behavior in Washington, but have not yet gone through and tried to pinpoint what is causing those factors. Do you have a sense from your data yet of like, what is it, a bathymetry, topography? Like, what is it in terms of the site that is causing the differences in responses?
I don't have that. I don't have a handle on that. We should follow up and meet with Pat Lynette, because he did those analyses, and he might have a better handle on that. So let's follow up on that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
You said you were first going to use GeoClaw.
Yeah.
But we don't have sedimentation, for example, yet, at least. I mean, were there other issues?
So the long story short, we were trying to get the sources. So California has a suite of PTHA data, and what we wanted to do was use the sources, the tsunami subduction zone sources that were developed for those PTHA data, and this was a 18-month project, And after 12 months, we hadn't gotten those sources from our collaborator. And so the quickest thing to do, instead of trying to develop our own sources, because that's very time consuming, we used Pat's Solaris model. And basically what we did was, you can basically set a point, use a point and set the period and amplitude at that point, and then propagate the wave using that. And so we basically used our probabilistic offshore hazard curve to select the amplitudes and then ran the model that way. So it had nothing to do with, GeoClaw. It was that we didn't have the sources.
Okay, I see. I'm going to let one more question because we're running late. But I see that you have a question. Yeah, Angel, Bruce. Angel?
You're on.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think, GeoClaw does not have yet the sedimentation, but I think you can couple it with something like ocean parcels. And ocean parcels, the particles have behavior. And because now GeoClaw has you can output the velocity field, is all you need for that. And I have been for quite a long time trying to do that for sediments on paleo tsunamis, for example, the one that is in the north, like Storega, and I did a couple of tests, and actually it could work and as an offline solution for it.
That pointer. Yeah.
And the developers of parcels that are in Utrecht, they are really interested to see if it's a possibility. So I wish I had more time to test it, but if there's another meeting that we will have on GeoClaw, I'll be very happy to share that with you guys.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to say we have to stop. If there are more questions, they can be in a breakout room, but we have the third talk of this session. So Dansa, are you here? I don't see your name up.
I'm here.
In front of me.
Recording in progress.
I'm going to share
Okay,
screen.
great. So Dansa Brum is from Washington University in St. Louis, but maybe you're still visiting UW right now on sabbatical?
That's over as of last fall, so I'm back in.
Oh, okay. Well, anyhow, take it away.
Okay, let me first try to share screen. Is this visible?
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
So I'm going to just give you a broad overview of how we've been using GeoClaw simulations to train machine learning models. And as everybody in the audience is probably aware, while GeoClaw is very efficient, these simulations are compute intensive. So for example, if you wanted to predict what the tsunami will be at a certain point immediately after an earthquake, with sparse data, that is hard to do immediately. So we would like to develop some machine learning models to do that as a surrogate rather than running the full simulation. I'll just talk about 4 broad efforts. So first one is to try to develop a tsunami early warning using just gauge data in Cascadia subduction zone, just assuming that there are hypothetical gauges that does not exist yet. And a second project we had was trying to predict try to do a real-time prediction. So rather than waiting for the tsunami gauge measurements to come in, we decided to try using geodetic measurements, which come in much faster, within minutes. And then the third project, which we are currently working on, is to do a real-time prediction of the inundation maps. Turns out training that model is much harder. And then the fourth project is actually a fundamental problem with the machine learning models that I'll discuss towards the end of the talk. This is a joint work with Chris and Bobby and Randy and Kenjiro. And of course, there were previous collaborators of Randy's who've contributed many things along with data sets and code and lots of different efforts. So thanks to Xinsheng, Diego, and Reika, and many others. So the idea is to consider the Cascadia subduction zone. We have this slab 1.0 geometry. We triangulate it so we can impose new slip distributions on it. We can come up with the kinematic rupture and generate seafloor deformations. So, for example, these are 4 different random earthquakes we generated using Carhoon and Loewe expansion, and I believe we've sort of truncated some distance off of the epicenter. So, for example, these are 4 different realizations, which are sub-distributions across these triangular fault geometries. And we use the triangular version of the Okada model, which was implemented in GeoClaw, and this gives us the surface seafloor deformation, which we use as an initial condition to the shallow water equations implemented in GeoClaw. So we were interested in, for example, if you look at this small little box, there's a strait of Juan de Fuca, which sort of channels all the tsunami waves that occur in the deeper ocean before it arrives to the interior regions nearer to Seattle in Puget Sound. So the first machine learning task that we tried to do was, okay, suppose there is a hypothetical gauge that does not exist, but if there was a gauge out here at the entrance of the strait, and we had some early measurements of the incoming tsunami, can we train a machine learning model to predict what the tsunami waveform will be at these 2 locations, which are much closer to shore? So since the depth here is pretty deep, the tsunami water here is tsunami surface elevation is not going to be very high. Whereas by the time it arrives at 901 gauge, which is near Discovery Bay, you'll see lots of nonlinear phenomena that happen. So it's harder. It's not an easy prediction task. So, for example, there's an example of a randomly generated synthetic tsunami waveform that comes in. So as soon as it starts coming in to the strait at 7:02, we look at maybe 30 minutes or 60 minutes of the incoming measurement, and we try to predict what's in the forecast window for the other 2 gauges, 901 and 911. So it's just a simple input to output supervised machine learning task. So we generated for the data for this task, we generated. Let me first show you what the tsunami waveform looks like. Although the tsunami has lots of variability outside in the open ocean for this event, by the time it channels into the Strait of Juan de Fuca, is mostly a planar wave. So this is a nice geographical region to test the machine learning models with a smaller data set. So it's a simpler task, relatively speaking. This is what the tsunami wave looks like near Discovery Bay. So we randomly generated 1,300 earthquake realizations. And then from those, we ruled out the scenarios where there were negligible tsunamis in the Strait of Juan de Fuca, which left us with slightly fewer realizations of around 1,000, less than 1,000 realizations. We split into training and test set. And we trained an ensemble of 25 neural networks. These were convolutional neural networks trained to take 30 minutes of the observation window data and then predict 5 hours of tsunami at the other 2 gauges. And we trained an ensemble. So we had 25 models that give you 25 different predictions. So for example, there's 25 curves here, and they somewhat disagree because the convolutional neural networks were randomly initialized, and there's randomness during the training. So you get 25 different and predictions, and we used the disagreements between these models as a measure of uncertainty in the forecast. Let me go to the next slide. So with the 30-minute window, you get a prediction that looks like this. So we use the standard deviation of the 25 different ensembles to draw an uncertainty band around our mean prediction. And you can see that it does a pretty good prediction for the first wave, but the later waves are harder to predict. But with the 60-minute window with more input data, it actually does a very good job of predicting what the full tsunami waveform will be over 5 to 6 hours. And if we just look at the maximum amplitude of the surface elevation and compare the predicted versus the observed, it's close. The closer to the 45-degree line, the better you do. And you see that with 30-minute window, there is some error, but with the 60-minute window, it lines up very well. So these convolutional neural networks are very good at predicting the full tsunami waveform. So this was our first study using machine learning models with GeoClaw. However, if you look at the timeline of the 2011 Tohoku event, the earthquake event happened around 2:46 p.m. But about 30 minutes later, you already started seeing lots of tsunami waves coming in. So if it's a nearshore event, unless you're in a very special scenario like the Strait of Juan de Fuca, which channels the wave and it takes a while for the tsunami wave to come in, having 30 minutes of measurements of the wave, the tsunami wave itself appears, you have to wait too long to make a prediction. So we thought, okay, maybe there is a different way to get the measurements of the incoming wave. And our thought was, okay, maybe we can just use the seismic waves, which propagate much faster. So for the 1300 earthquake realization we generated for the previous study, we also generated the seismic waves using the MudPy code, which uses green functions for multi-layered half-space model. And so, for example, there's GNSS stations scattered across the West Coast, which are already in place, unlike this hypothetical gauge that we mentioned for the previous study. They're already operational, and so we generate these synthetic events. So for one event, you would get these vertical and east-north direction displacements for that seismic wave. And so we took these measurements and we said, okay, maybe we'll pick 60 stations where we generate this data, and then we sub-selected some stations to see how well we can do with fewer amount of stations available. For example, 20 stations well-distributed, 40 stations well-distributed, and we try to group them into nearshore and inland groups of stations. And turns out we trained our convolutional neural network to take as input this geodetic measurements, which is available within minutes, and try to do the same prediction at Discovery Bay. And turns out that just with the geodetic measurements, we could do just about the same, we get the same amount of accuracy as when we use the 60 minutes of tsunami wave measurements itself. So on the left column, the curves are on top of each other because all the predictions are quite good. This is for one event, and this is another. And the difference is that this red prediction, which was using the geodetic measurements, you could potentially do much earlier on after the earthquake. And on the right, this is a Taylor diagram, and well, closer to the red point, you do better. And as you see, as you increase the number of stations that we used, you do a better job of prediction, which is what you sort of expect. And to quickly go over this diagram, we realized that if you use 20 well-distributed GNSS station measurements, you could do a very good prediction. It's sort of the summary. Okay. And next, we're now trying to predict the inundation patterns, not just the 1D tsunami time series. And turns out that's a much more difficult task. So we moved geometry to the Nankai Fault, which has this fault geometry. Oh, I must say that this depth axis is inverted. It actually should be curving downwards, but then these two perspectives will not match, so it's inverted. And then we calculated the FGMax or inundation pattern results by running GeoClaw simulations for randomly generated scenarios. And this is a region that's near a city called Kochi that's very near shore. And these are, you see that there's a lot more variability in this inundation pattern compared to the tsunami waves you see in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. And these are the GNSS stations that was selected by Randy and Professor Reika Nomura at Tohoku University. And so these are the kinematic seafloor deformations, and these are the GNSS measurements at one of the station locations. And in this case, we kept increasing the data set size to see if we can train a model to do the prediction accurately for this inundation patterns. And turns out you need about 70,000. So finally, we're getting good training results after going back and training more, running more and more geoclass simulations. And about at 70,000, I think we're getting good results. So that's coming. And then, okay, so that's the sort of the happy news. I'll tell you the bad news. So these neural network, these deep learning models have a problem, and it's a stability problem. And this project is with Sana and Sangyeon and Kukjin and Randy. And I know you might have seen this somewhere else before, but neural networks are famously fooled by subtle, weird noise called adversarial examples. So if you train a neural network to classify the images on the left column, even if it did a good job for the original image, if you add minuscule data to this school bus, for example, and you get this right image, this is the blown up image of this perturbation, so it's barely visible, it's tiny. It actually classifies all the images on the right columns incorrectly as ostriches rather than the school bus or a pyramid or a dog. So mathematically speaking, this just means that the neural networks are very sensitive to certain perturbations to the inputs. And the bad news is that our tsunami prediction model suffers from the same thing. So we used what's called the projection gradient descent algorithm to find these examples. And these are measurements at two vertical components of the geodetic measurements at certain stations. And you see that if you perturb it an invisibly small amount, so you see that the dash and the blue are almost the same, but they are perturbed. The right side is showing the perturbations, and they're very, very small. So 0.2, less than 0.2 meters in amplitude. So that's about a 0.5% perturbation. And your tsunami prediction actually changes quite a lot by about 4 to 5 meters at the maximum amplitude. So 0.5 change perturbation in the input changes 36% in the output. So our prediction models suffer from the same kind of pathological behavior. And in this study, we found some low-rank space that if you filter out this perturbation in that direction, somehow this effect vanishes. So we were trying to perform some mathematical analysis to understand why this is happening. But of course, the catch-22 is that to calculate this low-rank space, we do need to know the true input. So we understand the phenomena a little better, but it's not practically usable to stabilize and fix this problem. Okay, so future projects, we're of course continuing to do real-time inundation prediction results from GNS measurements at the Nagahama region. And of course, there's a big question of do these models perform well for data that wasn't synthetically generated by the same mechanism? So if you, for example, your seismic model is actually 3D rather than layered Earth, does it still do a good job? Does it do well for real data, things like that? And we could use these ML models as surrogates for source inversion or PTHA. So we're working on that. Of course, the big question is to devise a stabilization strategy against these adversarial examples, because if there is some subtle weird noise in that wrong direction, you could get a wildly wrong prediction, which is deeply worrying. These are the references, and one other machine learning project that I've recently started working on is trying to compress solutions coming out of Clawpack solves, which are on this AMR grid and is a very, it could be very large. If you stored your solution at every time step, for example, it's a very, very large amount of data. So we're making an attempt to compress the AMR solution using what's called implicit neural representations. So these are the references, and that's about all I have. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Questions for Don Sub?
Thank you for the talk. This is Ling from NTWC. That I do have a question for your very beginning slide. There was a scatter plot that you showed the observation versus the prediction. I was
Yes.
wondering if that comparison was used by the independent validation data set or the actual input data about your training the neural network.
These are the orange dots are the test set. So these are the examples that the neural network has not seen during training. The
Okay,
green
good.
dots are the training set. And of course, for the training set, it does really well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what we know.
Yeah.
Okay, the test set looks like a little bit deviation, but still, the right-hand side seems to be doing better job than the left-hand side. The
Yes,
60
yes.
minutes window. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you have more measurements, you tend
Yeah.
to do a better job. Yeah.
Another is your Taylor diagram that in the later slide.
Mhm.
This one, yes. So it looks to me that because the standard deviation at your second plot is 2, with respect to the first plot is 1. So that's quite biased when just looking at the glance of how the model performs. So apparently the first case study was doing a much better job than the second one. I wonder what was the main difference between the top and the
Yeah.
bottom.
So this, I think, is the standard deviation over time. So since this waveform is smaller, the standard deviation, I think, is smaller. And this is a larger wave, right? So there is a pattern that all of the predictions have lower standard deviation than the true tsunami waveform. Yeah, so there is a bias in that sense. Both, they're all under predicting the standard deviation, right? All the waves are somehow smeared out. There's sort of less amount of oscillation about the mean, I think. So you're right.
Yeah, these are really encouraging results. I'm also running into similar issue like in the end you mentioned that the small perturbation might cause some big trouble in your CNN prediction. I don't know if the ensemble-based convolution neural network might be way just to say for the research purpose because running ensembles is very computational costly. I'm just saying for the purpose of correction or those bias, if you have a 32 ensemble of those and with a pre-trained model instead of training it for 32 different cases, but you train for one, but you perturb your input, so you have 32 different output just by running the same neural network. Would that help?
Yeah. So there's different methods people devised to sort of represent the uncertainty. So you can train an ensemble independently by drawing different initializations for your neural network. By initializing them randomly, you inject some randomness. There is a more systematic way, like variational methods of putting an uncertainty into the model. So that whenever you evaluate the input to output the map, there's some uncertainty injected in there in a proper way. Yeah, so there's, I think, many different methods for doing something similar.
Thank you. That's really interesting. Thank you.
Ignacio?
Thank you. Thank you, Donson, for the great presentations. I have a question related again with the bathymetry. I was checking your adversarial samples and I was thinking, oh, what if the bathymetry can make you that kind of noise and make your life harder?
Yes, but I think I know that for numerical models, the uncertainty in bathymetry, I think it's a big uncertainty, but compared to these adversarial examples, which are much bigger source of instability, I think it's the uncertainty respect to the bathymetry is actually a physical sort of uncertainty. Whereas this uncertainty, this instability in neural networks is probably because how the neural networks are constructed and trained. And these are much bigger in terms of the magnitude of error that you get, I think is much bigger problem. And I think it's independent of bathymetry also. So if you have an uncertainty in the bathymetry, I think it will, in your trained model based on the wrong bathymetry, will have two sources of errors, but the adversarial example will engulf whatever error you have because of the uncertainty in the bathymetry. Yeah.
Okay, Young, and then Daryl.
Yeah, great talk. I'm just wondering because you mentioned about training for inundation is much, it's much harder, and also you need to run more models. Have you tried because your inundation training was based on pure like a GNSS data, right? Have you thought about like combining GNSS and the water data, and would that improve the training for inundation?
I think so. I think so. So well, recently when we had this data set of a larger size, what we did is we tried to input the exact slip distribution. So let's say you know everything you need to know about the source. Can we then predict the inundation? And then it does a really good job of predicting the inundation patterns if you had all the source information. So I think as it's sort of as a proxy. So if you can recover an exact source inversion, then I think from that source to inundation prediction is very these models seem to do a very good job of doing that. Since the geodetic measurements are measurements of the source, I think it becomes a harder problem. But if you had a pristine source, so if you had more measurements, so you could do a better source inversion, then I think naturally that would give you a very good model for predicting the inundation as well.
Yeah, just because along Japan's coastline, there are a lot of water measurements, measurements from the cables and also SNet, so that probably can improve the training as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
Daryl, you have a question?
Yeah, you showed here you were sensitive to noise. I was wondering about the opposite scenario of how sensitive you are to smoothing or low pass filtering.
I see. Yeah. So these perturbations are the frequency analysis of what kind of perturbations does cause this pathology is kind of I think still I don't think there's like a definitive understanding. So you could find adversarial examples. They seem to be very smooth. So doing like a low pass filter or a high pass filter to try to remove these instabilities, I think that's a hard. I think it's difficult to do with just by looking at the frequency. So another way to put it is that I think you can find very smooth looking perturbations that will cause the same instability.
Yeah, as I was gonna say on your graph there of your perturbations, there's both a very low frequency and very high frequency components, right? So
Yeah, so even if you make this smooth, even if you filter out this high oscillations and keep only the smooth parts, it will still cause the instability.
It's also worth repeating, maybe Don Sub mentioned this, but the GNSS data that we train it on is synthetic data that comes out of Diego Melgar's MudPy code, which is based on a 1D layered Earth model. And so the high frequencies in the training data are not really accurate compared to what you would get out of real GNSS. So that's another thing we still have to work on more, is what happens when you apply this to real events, and are there ways to train on better approximations than this 1D approximation that's currently being used. Something we're working on.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Then if not, I'm going to turn it back to Randy to...
Yeah. So I was thinking we should have 3 breakout rooms, maybe one on meteor tsunamis, one on machine learning, and one on PTHA, sea level rise, maritime hazards, things Jay was talking about, since there seemed to be interest in all those things. But I'm open to other suggestions if anyone wants to suggest something different. I'm also thinking that this time I will not close the breakout rooms. I'll just leave them open, but maybe we're officially scheduled till 1 o'clock Pacific time, maybe 5 minutes before. I'll send out a broadcast message inviting people to come back to the main room if you want to get together and talk about what additional breakout rooms people might want going forward. If anyone wants to stick around longer, again, you're welcome to. I'm available for several hours after this. Other people may be too, but no need to, of course, and people may need to leave now. So if I don't see you again today, I hope some of you can come back again tomorrow. I think this was very interesting, and thanks so much to all the speakers for great presentations. And we'll hope to do it again. I hope many of you can join us again tomorrow, but if not, we will try to get some of these recordings posted, assuming the technology works, and we can get some of the recordings up by next week sometime. So
I do have a question before you end. On the questionnaire you sent around, about 30% of the people said they were new at using GeoClaw or maybe had some problems using GeoClaw. So, you know, if there's a breakout room either today or tomorrow, like somehow can you ask, do you want to have a special time so that we can help them?
That's a good idea. Maybe like open up my gallery view. Maybe people can just raise their hand if they would really appreciate having a breakout session devoted to new users and getting started. Yang, I see your hands up, but I think that's a leftover.
I would appreciate this too, but I don't know how to raise my hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be down on the bottom somewhere or on the 3 dots where it says more.
It's under reactions.
Under
reactions.
Oh, yeah. Zoom has reorganized things. It's hard to find things anymore.
Oh, there's 3 people.
Yeah, there's definitely some people. So now the question is, should we try to do that now, or do people want to be going to other breakout groups now and we should schedule that later? Or do you want to just arrange with me or someone to do that sort of one-on-one later on? What works best for people?
Why don't I stay in the main room and with them, and if they have to go now, we'll make a new time. But otherwise, you know, we can just see where things stand.
Or I can make a 4th room that's called Basic GeoClaw Questions or something like that, and or we stay in the main room, I guess works too.
Well, has the main room been having a lot of discussion on its own?
No, it's mostly, I think a lot of people have been on break, and so they were officially still in the main room, but weren't actually there.
Yeah, coffee, lunch, like me. Okay, so let's stay in the main room.
Okay, so stay in the main room if you have some questions. Otherwise, I'll open these other rooms, and I'll send that announcement in, well, not too long, if you want to come back and talk more about other rooms that we might want.
I had a question for you, Randy, if you're free.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Alex and I were talking the other day, and we're working on, the PTHA ASE stuff, and something that came into our mind, and I realized as we were talking about, I was like, I don't actually know this. So I made an observation recently that the 100-meter offshore tide gauges in Washington State, it's interesting. Depending on the seismic source you use, of course, it's going to vary, but in Washington State, a majority of them fall on the uplifted side of the coseismic deformation, whereas in Oregon and California, it falls on the subsided side of coseismic deformation. And I kind of got my head wrapping around the idea of, is there, you know, for the amplitudes that are being recorded at the gauge, is there a consequence to the gauge being on one side or the other of the seismic deformation? And I was kind of looking at your examples from like 1D shallow water wave equations and, you know, the geoclaw example set to see, like, could I build a simple experiment to test this? But I'm wondering if you've had any thoughts or observations about that before I spend time doing it.
Yeah, well, we should pull Lois in because she's the one who's been looking more at those 100-meter gauges and all the details of that. But I mean, certainly if your 100-meter gauge is farther offshore than the main hump of the tsunami that's created, then what you're going to be capturing there is really the outgoing wave that's going away from the coast rather than the incoming wave that's approaching the coast. Whereas the idea of these gauges is it's measuring the wave that's approaching the coast
Right.
at 100 meters depth on the shelf. So there's that potential issue. If you start with sort of a static deformation, then initially it kind of splits up into equal size pulses going in both directions. So maybe in some sense it doesn't matter too much from that standpoint, but it's definitely a potential consideration. Also, you have to be careful about whether you're measuring amplitudes of waves relative to the original sea level or relative to the original topography or elevation above peak to trough height, because you can get different things, and if there's different amounts of substance or uplift, that could affect what you're measuring or what you're keeping track of. So you have to be careful about that as well. But yeah, that's definitely something we should chat some more about, and maybe bring in Lois and Alex and I'll talk together about it at some point.
Okay, because I was thinking about maybe devising some kind of simple experiment where, like, you know, using the 1D model results example you have, you flatten out the seafloor so that it's the same depth everywhere, so we're not introducing depth changes to the amplitude, and then just changing the gauge location so that on one side, you know, it's fully outside of the uplifted portion of the wave, and then we have a couple of gauges that are at like at 10%, 20%, 30% to see, you know, the hypothesis, hopefully nothing changes and that the amplitude is the same all the way across. However, if the amplitude does change across, then that tells us something in terms of, you know, the 100-meter bathy choice. You can't move where the seafloor is, right? But it does tell us that if there is, in a given source that we're running, if we look at that source's deformation and recognize that, oh, these, you know, this stretch of part of the coastline is in the uplifted section, then all of those gauges might be over-representing the wave or under-representing the wave or whatever the case may be.
Right. And of course, there's also all the other issues we've talked about some in the past, but when the waves start reflecting off the coast, then you're not just picking up the incoming wave that's approaching the coast, that's mixed with the reflected wave. And at later times, there are edge waves that are moving up and down the coast, then those are coming into those 100-meter depth gauge values as well. So it's really hard to kind of capture just what is the wave that's approaching shore. And you have to be careful how long you run your simulation for. And if you're going to look at the maximum amplitude, if you wait too long, the maximum amplitude might actually be the reflected wave or combination of that with some edge wave or something that's very different from the size of the initial incoming wave.
Yeah, so we're planning on running some experimental tests.
Hold on one second. Randy, maybe you should make a different breakout room after all, because I don't want to interrupt this conversation. So if the people...
why don't we do that? And then, because there may be people who wanted to actually get some help with getting started with geoclaw. So I'm going to make a new, if I can figure out how to add a room. I'm going to add a room. And
tell us what it's called, and then people who have questions or want help getting started,
what should I call it? ASCE
user help
100-meter gauges or something.
Hey, for you? Oh, you're leaving?
I was setting up one for me and for us, and you can say
I was doing one for user help.
I can do that too if you'd like me to.
No,
or do you want to stay here?
One or the other, I don't care.
We could leave. That's fine.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. Do you see it, Daniel?
Yeah,
You might
hold
have to
on.
reopen your breakout rooms.
Yep, I see it. I'll meet you there.
Okay. See you there.
okay, so Lingyu, you said you had some questions about getting started, or where now I don't see you. Where are you? Did she go into the other room?
I have one question. I lose your breakout room about the dispersive equations and how to implement that in GeoClow. And I wanted to prove the models we're making include the dispersive to see if that change the results, if improve the result, the phases, the amplitudes. But I don't know how to implement it well in the code. And if the mesh of the refinement needs to be implemented in other way to get the dispersive equations.
Well, I always do a kind of a convergence study when I do a run, but I would start with your same mesh to see what the difference is. Then you'll know where to refine.
Okay.
If you're doing it adaptively, it will pick out by itself. But if you're doing it with regions,
yes,
pre-specified regions, then remember that the Boussinesq waves travel more slowly. They are not as, the leading wave in shallow water travels faster, but there's more waves behind the leading wave. So you will probably need more refinement. The way to get started with the Boussinesq run, the master branch of ClawPack that has GeoClaw, it has a tsunami and a shallow water and a Boussinesq examples. And the difference in the setrun.py, the Python thing that generates the input, is like 4 or 5 lines. So if you just look at one of the examples, it will have the 4 or 5 lines, which basically have to do with the depth that you change, for example, to the shallow waters, to shallow water. I think we use 10 or 20 meters. It might, it might depend on your local bathymetry. I have not found it to be a sensitive parameter at all. But anyhow, so there's 4 or 5 parameters and they're all of the same type with a name. Like there's the AMR parameters, there's the claw parameters, now there's the boost. So you look for the word boost. There's 4 or 5 parameters. Put them into your setrun.py.
Okay. For the fluctuations, it can be smaller.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The regions can be smaller, more focuses on the wave propagation?
I don't think so.
No.
Why would they be smaller for Boussinesq? I think they'd be larger.
Okay.
Because the wave fronts are more spread out.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to increase the computational cost of the model because what we want to achieve is early warning system. So we are trying to make the more faster that we can, but I wanted to prove if that really changed the results.
Well, so you have to see, for example, I noticed in one of your plots that the observed data lagged the shallow water wavefront.
Yes.
And it could make a few minutes difference in Busanesque. We
Yes.
found that with the Tohoku to Hawaii runs and so on. So if you just do it once, not like your standard thing, but then you'll say, oh, this can cause that kind of effect. Or maybe maybe your initial wave is long enough wavelength that dispersion does not. Like when I did the Lamb wave simulation, it was very long wave, and the Busanesque and shallow water runs were just right on top of each other. So if it's a long wavelength phenomena, you may not need to see dispersion. So at least you'll see.
Okay, thank you.
But now I don't see where was the student who wanted help. Did anybody else have any geoclog questions, getting started questions? Well, she disappeared. Maybe tomorrow. Are you in Bogota now or in Oregon?
Yes, in Bogota. I'm going to Rhode Island in the fall to make the PhD. Yes.
Iceland.
Yes, Rhode Island. Yeah.
Whoa. Oh, no, Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. Yeah.
I thought you were saying Iceland, like where the volcanoes are exploding.
Oh, I hope so, but no.
Okay.
Rhode Island.
I'm going to Bogota in December for a meeting. If you find yourself back there, let me know.
Yes. Yeah. What do you need here? With a pleasure.
Thank you. So I don't know who is there. Anybody else? Questions?
I think Ling Liu goes to the machine learning breakout room.
So, okay, why don't we go there?
Okay.
Okay. We'll see
Bye.
you tomorrow, I hope, or
Thank you.
soon. Okay.
Bye.
Hey, Ignacio.
Hi, Randy. So
Did you get the broadcast message I sent out inviting people to come back?
Yeah, I saw your message that show up in the breakout room. Yeah, but everybody had to leave actually, and also I had to leave. I need to do some grading now.
I imagine most people will be leaving, but I just wanted to offer the opportunity for people to stick around and talk some more. But it's been a long day already.
Yeah, a super fantastic workshop, Randy. Thank you for organizing this.
Yeah, it went very well, I thought. But yeah, if you have any feedback or ideas on how to make it go even better, let us know.
No, I don't have idea how to do even better than this. It has been amazing. Actually, I canceled a meeting I had at 10, so I could stay longer. So now I had to catch up with other people.
Good.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for coming. See ya.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Don Sub. How was... Whoops, Don Sub disappeared. I guess he's gone.
How many are we? Have like 14 people left. Where are they?
I think a lot of people have dropped off. The meeting's over officially, so
Yeah, okay.
it's been a long day. Appreciate
You
it.
have when you edit the movies, you have to edit out the minute that I couldn't find my full screen thing.
Oh yeah, I will.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm not letting you put it up. Just saying.
Actually, that was the only part I was going to put up.
I don't know. Maybe I want to look at it before you put it on the YouTube for, posterity. Okay. I'm going to go. It's like the end of the day practically here. So we can talk later or.
Yeah, maybe you and Kyle and I can get together at some point and just talk about whether we need to do anything differently tomorrow. But
Can we talk in about a half hour so I can take a little break?
yes, I need to get some lunch too.
Okay.
So,
Text when you're ready.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye, everybody.